Hey guys, it's JJ-kun, and welcome to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational Qualifiers. This time, we're going to be watching over MNL48's side of the qualifiers, which consists of 5 teams from MNL48 playing best of 1 round-robin format for a total of 10 games. One team from those 5 will be eliminated and the rest will compete in a best of 1 single elimination match to qualify for the AKB48 Invitational, battling against their sister groups BNK48, JKT48, and CGM48. But hey, I know everyone's excited, so let's immediately go to the matches.
Hi everyone, I'm Shaki, the team captain of Blazing Phoenix, and here are my members.
Hi, I'm Rihanna.
Hi, I'm Andy.
Hi, I'm Jamie.
Hi, I'm MNL48 Gia.
Pinku Zugai Katsu.
Hi, I'm MNL48 Ariel, the team captain of Pink Zugai Kotsu, and here are my members.
Hi, I'm MNL48 Cole.
Hi, I'm MNL48 Frances.
Hi, I'm Dian. And I'm MNL48 Ruth.
Let's go, Pink Zugai Kotsu!
Yay!
And we are now heading into the game, Blazing Phoenix versus Pink Zugaikotsu. Now trying to get into Rotom with the Rock Tomb as well from that of the Crustle, but it looks like it's going to be stolen in by Pink Zugaikotsu, and now they're trying to defend their score goal so that the other team won't be able to get some scores. But while that is happening, look at the Dreadnought right now being taken in by Pink Zugaikotsu, and they're going to be getting the shield and the XP as well. And of course, getting in that score, destroying the first tier score goal into that of the bottom lane. And now look at that. There goes the Plasma Gale, Cotton Cloud Crash, Rubble Rouser all day long. And they're going to be able to score up top. Side Squeeze Slam from the Charizard. And look at the damage. Blessed Assistant is going to be used as well to take down that Zeraora. And look at this. Up top, there goes the Pikachu with the Volt Tackle and the Thunderstorm to take out the Eldegoss, and of course this Zeraora as well. But at the same time, there goes down the Crustle. But as that is happening, we are just a little bit over here, and they're gonna be able to score one more time. It looks like they are very happy in winning this one, Blazing Phoenix, with such a huge lead against Pink Zugaikotsu. But the fun doesn't stop there. Let's head over to the next match.
If you play with fire, be ready to burn. Hi, I'm the team captain of Fire Manila, Abby.
I'm MNL48 Amy. I'm ML48 Jan. I'm ML48 G.
MNL48 Lara.
Hello everyone, we are Padayon.
Hello everyone, I'm Padayon's team captain, MNL48 Isabel.
Hello everyone, I am ML48 Kai.
I'm MNL48 Miho.
And I'm ML48 Jem. I'm ML48 Claire.
And there you go, Pyro Manila versus Padayon is going to be the match right now. And look, the scores immediately into the early game. They're trying to gain their confidence by pressuring up the other team. And there goes the saying, you are going to sleep when you hear the singing of the Wigglytuff. But look at that, Jan Janelle here with that of the Ross is going to sleep as well, going to get eliminated. And there goes another score into the top lane. That's 79 to 50. And look at this. They're trying to answer back into the bottom lane. And they're going to be able to get the reverse Uno card player here. Looking pretty sweet. And they're going to be able to take in the Dreadnought as well. And look at their reactions. They're really focused up right now. And look at that. Fairly Singularity is going to be used, going to catch up a lot of their enemies. And there goes Plasma Gale to take down the Kirlia. And the Blastoise is trying to get some scores, but the Wild Charge is going to take it out. And there goes the Venusaur trying to get out, but oh my goodness, so good here. Another one here. With that, a Unite was going to be used, but it's going to be taken out as well. They need to be able to take the Zapdos here if they want to win this. But the scores is just so much, and just like that, Padayon is going to be winning that one away from Pyro Manila. And here goes Padayon and Blazing Phoenix going to be battling out for the round. And the rounds is going down. They are very outnumbered. And there goes the Blizz as well. Outnumbered as well. Look at the matches right now. It's very dangerous to not have a teammate with you, and you're going to get eliminated because of that. And that is what happened. Look at this right now, however. They're going to be able to take into Rotom, but the Kirlia tries to take it away from them, but the Pikachu with the Volt Tackle is going to be taking it out. Plasma Gale right now into that of the Charizard to take it down, and Serena is trying to get away here. Oh my goodness, it's not going to happen, and here we go. Seismic Slam into that of the Charizard, and of course, as a defense one, it is going to be use off the Starlight Recital, and here we go. Let's try to see if they're going to be able to defend this, and the Zeraora is coming down. Plasma Gale is going to be used here, gets the Wild Charge to take down the Blissey, and there goes the Spark to take down the Charizard. Here goes Discharge once again, going in for that of the Zeraora, gets the Side Shock as well to take it down. That's going to be 2, and there we have it, another one. A huge fight is coming down. Gets the Blissey as well, and they look like they have a very huge lead right now. Look at the score. The Zapdos is now out. That's 119 to 403, and that's quite a huge lead. 3 of them are down, and it looks like it's going to be game here. And look at that. Fairly Singularity is going to be used to take them all out, and Quake Ascendance as well is going to deal a lot of damage. Moonblast, however, Seismic Slam as well, Plasma Gale, every Unite moves getting used right now. But at the very end, look at who is scoring right now. Look at the scores. There's so much of a gap. Look at them celebrating right now.
Good job, good job.
Padayon!
Showdown!
Moving over to the next match, we're going to witness a team that we haven't seen yet, as we have 5 teams in a round robin. So one team in each round won't be able to play, giving them an automatic win for that round. Let's introduce them.
Hi everybody, I'm MNL48 Colleen, the team captain of Team Stalwart League, and here are my members. Hi, I'm Liza.
Hi, I'm Dana.
I'm Alba. And I'm Princess.
So,
And the Citrus Bear Sonic is doing its best to attack the opponent, but it's going down. And look at this as well. They're going to be able to take then Dreadnought, and is going to be able to punish the other team. Water Burst Shuriken as well, and that's going to be 2 going down. Oh no, 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 no. That is a Wild Charge, but you don't want to be in front of the Greninja. It's going to deal a heavy damage. And here we go as well. There goes the Fly to take down that Eldegoss. And look at the scoring there right now. Very huge crowd control right now for them to be able to get some scores. And there you go. They are going to be able to maintain their lead because of this score. And huge chaos right now into the bottom lane as Pink Zugaiku tries to defend the score goal. But the Snorlax, being the defender that it is, goes in to block the other team from scoring with the Power Nap. And here comes the amazing Heavy Slam coming in from that of the Snorlax. Snow Globe is going to be used. There goes the Surf. Hydro Typhoon is going to be used as well. And Heavy Slam to answer back into the opponent. Gets the block here. And there you have it. They basically reverse what just happened. The Talonflame is going to be caught up, however. And here's the thing. One team has already taken in the Zapdos. And they, I think, has taken in the win as well. It is going to be their win here. And that is it for our second round. Now let's move on to our third round, which is going to be played by Stalwart League versus Bataillon. Let's get into the game. Oh, look at the action immediately commencing, and they're going to be able to get a lot of scores as well. That's 77 to 70 as well. Coco is going down, and Dana Babe as well. Going to be able to take that Odino to try to score in, but there goes Blair as well with that of the Wigglytuff, trying to defend that away. And here goes to Sing. Ali Pasawai though, really funny name as well. And there goes the score. And of course, the Talonflame is going to go down. Water Burst Shuriken is going to be used. And Pintain is going down. That Greninja is playing a very dangerous play here. Look at this. Starlight Recital is going to be used for them to sustain themselves. But are they going to be able to survive this? It looks like they were able to, and look at that. Serena's gonna be taken out, and everybody goes to sleep right now with the Power Nap from that of this Snorlax. And here we have it. Heavy Slam is gonna be used once again, and going into the top lane, the Cinderace is going down. There you go. I think they're trying to, they're trying to catch up to the score here, and they're trying to catch up to the other team here, trying to, take some revenge. And I think they're trying to be able, they're gonna be able to do it. And look at this. Greninja is trying to get away, but with the Zeraora, they're going to be able to take down that Greninja. And at the same time, they are also going to be able to take down this Zapdos for themselves. And I think along with the Zapdos takedown is that they're going to be able to take down a lot of scores to dunk in on the score goals. But let's find out who's going to be winning here. This is the last stand here. That's going to be 3 KO. And it seems as if we have the winner. It is going to be Padayon.
Let's go, Pyro!
Really huge cheering from both of the teams to cheer themselves up, but there goes the Rouse, not gonna be able to cheer anyone up as it goes down. And here comes the Ivysaur, able to try to escape, but actually was able to escape as well with the help of the Brave Bird. Really brave Talonflame. But here comes the Psychic from the Kirlia as well. Very good combination from the Reptube into that of the X-Scissor with the help of Zeraora as well. I really like what they're doing right now. And another one here. The Discharge is going to be used as well. There goes the Psychic from the Gardevoir. And here we have it. Thunderstorm is going to be used. It got reversed. That the Pikachu gets taken down, and now the Charizard tries to get away. Now gets another Psychic. Rather, yeah, a Psychic, but the scores downtown is gonna be put up. There goes the Fearless Singularity once again to catch some opponents right here, and the Pikachu not gonna be able to get away once again with the Psyshock. And here comes Frosty trying to regain some healing, gets Spark, but it's gonna be hit. It's gonna be able to take down that Talonflame. And here goes the Gardevoir, actually could be taken down by the Pikachu as well, but we are now in the final stretch. There goes the Seismic Slam from the Charizard, going to be able to take down that Talonflame, but it looks like Frosty, with the help of their teammates, going to be able to take the Zapdos, but who's going to be able to take it? It is the Gardevoir that actually got it, was stolen away from them, and Yanshana is going to be taken down. The winner for this one is going to be Pyro Manila. That is just 3 rounds so far, and we still have 2 more before we head to our single eliminations. And I know everyone wants to know who's moving up, so let's not stall it any further. Get it? Stall? Because Stalwart League is one of the team names. And there you go. Pyro Manila versus Stalwart League is going to be battling right now, and it seems as if this Greninja and of course the Alolan Knight is going to be able to score in as well. Brave Bird for this very amazing Talonflame is going to be used. There goes the Flame Sweep, not going to be able to hit anyone, however. And there's another Brave Bird. Here's the Fly. Water Burst Shuriken to take down one. And there goes another one. The Charmeleon is going down as well. And they're going to be able to destroy the Squircle up top. And now they're trying to score into that of the bottom lane as well. Seismic Slam. Really huge damage into the Greninja. Snow Globe, however, is going to be used. There goes the Psyshock. Not going to be enough to take it down, but the Verdant Anger is enough to take down the Alolan Ninetales. Now, Talonflame tried to get away, but not going to be able to. Not going to be able to escape that, and another fly into the Grass-type Pokemon. Although, of course, the Grass-type bank here does not apply, but it's, really fun to know that the type matchups are there. Here you go. They try to get away here. Talonflame, are you going to be able to get away? And actually flies away and escapes that one. And here you go. That's going to be 2 down into their side. Snow Globe is going to be used. They're not going to be able to score. And Stalwart League is going to be able to win that one. Now that's match 1. Let's now head over to match number 2. And the game has commenced. Look at that immediately, very early, going to try to get some pressures up. Look at that, gets a Rotom actually trying to help him out. Gets the Blizzard to repel them away, but the Alolan Knight's going to be taken down. Queen Ascendance as well to take down one more Pokemon. Oh my goodness, gets a Wild Charge. Snow Globe into the Fairy Singularity. Actually, very amazing plays here. Plasma Gale to take down a Pokemon once again. And here comes that amazing Rotom. Going to be able to help out the team that took it. But unfortunately, they're going to be taken down. Queen Ascendance once again into that of the Zeraora with the Plasma Gale coming up to take down the Charizard. And here we go. It looks like Wigglytuff is alone here, where there are 4 Pokemon trying to chase it down. It's going to be taken down, and Blastoise takes into Dreadnought. And here comes the top lane. It looks like Isabelle here with a Serena going to be able to take down that Rotom. And now I think they're trying to take down this Zapdos as well. There goes the Plasma Gale to try to take this away. And they were successful in taking out, Gardevoir was successful in taking it out. There goes the Wild Charge into that of the Alola Ninetales as well. Really huge stuff. And that is going to be the game here. Padayon is going to be the winner of this.
4 consecutive wins. Let's go for more.
This is it. The final round of the round robin before heading to the single eliminations. I am so excited to see who will move up. So let's get right into it. And here we go, the first match of round number 5, the final round of the round robin. It looks like Charmander is going to be taken out by the Squirtle. And here goes the Fleshlander, trying to get some attacks here as well, but it's going to be taken down. And here comes the Ivysaur. Let's find out if that's going to be taken out as well. It is going to be taken out. And here comes into the top lane. They already got the Rotom. And with its help, they're going to be able to destroy the first score goal into that of the top lane. And the Brave Bird is going to be able to take it down. There goes the Plasma Gale as well. Discharge. Let's find out who's going to be able to win this fight. But with the help of... Oh, the Blastoise is helping out. Going to be able to take down that Venusaur. And there goes the Fairy Singularity. Going to be able to take one? No, unfortunately enough. Not quite yet. There goes the Seismic Slam into that Alola Knights, but still survives. And now we are on the Zapdos. And look at that. The Decidueye is going to be able to take that Zapdos. And there goes the Zeraora going down as well. There's going to be 2 down on their side of the team. There goes Verdant Anger. Still not enough to take down that Eldegoss. And here goes another one. Flame Sweep to take down the Alola Ninetales. Are they going to be able to take down the Zeraora as well? They would do it. Yes, sirree. There goes another one. Nobody was able to score at the very last second, but it is going to be Pyro Manila. And here it is, the final match of the round robin. It is going to be Stalwart League versus Blazing Phoenix. Let's find out who's going to be moving up into our single eliminations. Let's get right into it. And here we go, the final match commencing. Ooh, amazing run to start it all up. Really amazing gameplay right now. And Zeraora is going to be taken down as well. Blazing Bicycle Kick is going to be used here. But, oh, Water Burst Shuriken to follow it up as well. And they're going to be able to take down too. Let's go over into the top lane. Aurora Veil is going to be used. There goes the Discharge with the Spark to take it down. Rotom's going to be taken in as well by that of the Pikachu to help them up. J-Meow trying to get away with a Crustle. Is he going to be able to get away? No, they're not going to be able to get away. Oh my goodness, right now, even with the Seismic Slam, I don't think this is going to be enough. Never mind, with the follow-up, they're going to be able to reverse that one up to their favor. And here comes another fight here. This is going to be the last 5 seconds right now. Blizzard is going to be used. Thunderstorm is going to be used once as well. And that is going to be a game here for Stalwart League. And that is it for all of the round robin matches. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Pink Zugaikotsu for the remainder of the matches. On the other hand, Padayon, Blazing Phoenix, Stalwart League, and Pyro Manila are moving to our single elimination matches to compete for the spot on the Pokémon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. Our first match is going to be Padayon versus Blazing Phoenix and will be immediately followed by Stalwart League versus Pyro Manila. Let's have a champion time. And here you go, the first match of the single eliminations. They cannot make any mistakes here if they want to get in on the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. And as you can see as well, 71-38 is the score right now. There's quite a huge lead, but of course they can always get back on scores, as what happened right now. It's currently at 87-184. They were immediately able to turn it back with the help of their Rotom as well. 243, 283, 311 is the score right now with the Seismic Slam as well to help them out. It's going to be 144, and here comes it. Someone has gotten in the Zapdos, and they're going to be able to defend their score goal, and that is going to be Padayon moving and getting the spot to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. we just saw the first one to get the spot on the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. Now let's move over to the last match of the qualifier to find out who's going to take the second spot into the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Invitational. And here we go with the final match as well. Once again, they can't make any mistakes here because they can no longer get back after this. And look at that, they're going to be able to take down one. And here goes the Ivysaur, going to be taken down with the fly off the Talonflame as well. And the scores right now is at 222 to 211. That is not a huge gap. That is very, very close. It could be anyone's game. Look at that. Water Burst is going to be used here. Power Nap as well to take down a lot here. And there goes the Greninja, going to be able to take down one. And here comes the Snorlax being alone here. They're not going to be able to defend this Squirtle if there's not any number from them. And look at that, Brave Bird's going to be used here once again. Albus Hawaii with the Snorlax might be taken down. But look at the Greninja, going to be able to take down the Talonflame. Verdant Anger is going to be used as well. But no, that's going to be 3 KO for the Greninja. And they're going to be able to defend this Squirtle as well. Now the score is at 311 to 239. I think they are trying to really want to get in on this AKB48 Invitational. Nobody is backing down right now. And look at that, almost taking down this episode as well. But it looks like the Decidueye is the one that's going to be able to take this one up. And at the same time, they can no longer score as it is heavily defended. Squirtles are being heavily defended right now. And look at that, Greninja was able to escape, but unfortunately, it is going to be Pyro Manila that's going to be winning the other spot. That is quite a show that we've had for this qualifier, and I wish our winners very great matches when they battle against their sister groups. Thank you to MNL48 for participating, the Pokemon Company for hosting this wonderful event. My name is JJ Kun, and we'll see you again in the group stages.
สวัสดีครับแฟนๆโปเกมอนทุกคนครับผมโอบูครับในวันนี้ครับผมก็จะมาพูดถึงการคัดเลือกทีมของ BNK48 ครับในงาน 2021 ครับ Pokémon UNITE Battle Festival ครับเกมแรกของวันครับก็จะเป็นทีมของ Yummy Remote ครับเจอกับทีม V9 ครับเป็นคู่เปิดสนามในวันนี้ก่อนที่เราจะเริ่มกันนะครับงั้นเรามาดูผู้เล่นก่อนเลยครับ
สวัสดีค่ะพวกเรา Yummy Remote
สวัสดีค่ะไข่มุกยัมมี่รีโมทค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะน้ำใส Yummy Remote ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะเจน Yummy Remote ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะเจนิส Yummy Remote ค่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะเชฟยัมมี่รีโมทค่ะสวัสดีค่ะพวกเราวีไนมิโอริค่ะ
เจะปรางค่ะ
นายค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
มิวสิกค่ะ
เจนนี่ครับที่เล่นพิกาชูครับโยนตะข่ายไฟฟ้าไปครับใส่ไปที่มิโอรีครับแต่ว่าโอ้เจนครับดังเข้าไปครับ30ครับเปลี่ยนร่างครับกลายเป็นไฟโร่ฮะโถมแบบนี้จะเอาไหมฮะยังไงโอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับไปคู่ครับทั้งเจนทั้งนายครับนายมาพร้อมกับภารกิจอันยิ่งใหญ่ลาได้หรือเปล่าครับไม่ได้ครับกลับมาตั้งหลักที่หน้าป้อมนะครับสำหรับนะอ้าวไข่มุกครับตรงๆครับโอ้11แอปโซโลเชอร์ปังเปิดได้ไหนสแลครับตบอีกทีตบโอ้โหไปหมดครับอย่างนี้ไม่รอดเก็บ3ตามน้ำใสมาเอาอยู่ในมุมดับเบิลอยู่ในมุมครับเชอร์ปังก็ใช้ครับนายก็ใช้เอาเรียบร้อยครับเก็บน้ำใสดิมเฟียไปได้ครับตามไข่มุกกับภูคุรินครับจะไปไหนครับภูคุรินลงมากระทืบครับโอ้โหนายสตอมรัวๆเลยครับโอ้โหเก็บไปได้ครับมิโอริเก็บต่อฮะทุกนาทีมีค่าครับสักหน่อยก็ยังดีครับเชอร์ปังครับใช้อยู่ในมุมครับเอาละครับมีเกาะเข้ามาได้หรือเปล่าไม่ได้ครับมา3ตัวอย่างนี้ไม่ไหวนะครับอ้าวนายครับระวังครับโอ้โห3ตัวนะครับน่ะทั้งแหกปากทั้งบินโอ้เรียบร้อยครับจีและนายครับไล่น้ำใสอยู่ครับอ้าวน้ำใสครับไล่ยูนิมูออกมาครับแต่ว่าเจนครับเพิ่งดังไปแล้ว40ครับกำลังมาครับครับไฟมาแล้วลงหัวครับเก็บนายไปได้สักเกอร์พันอ้าวเจนสวนที่ยูนิมูครับมิวสิกยังไงครับล้มครับมีแขกไม่รับเชิญครับมิโอรีครับทำการไล่ครับถ้าไม่กลับเดี๋ยวส่งกลับบ้านเองเชอปาในสแลนครับแล้วก็ตบด้วยสักเกอร์พันอีกทีหนึ่งมาอยู่ที่พุ่งครับไม่บุกต่อครับกลับบ้านครับทิ้งให้มิวริจัดการต่อครับแล้วก็เก็บได้ไข่มุกหยุดมิวสิกไว้ได้ครับที่ท่าซิงครับเจมรอดครับยอดเยี่ยมมากครับไข่มุกดังก็ไม่ได้ขยับก็ลำบากครับโอ้โหยากแล้วป้องกันได้แบบนี้ครับยังไงทีมวีไนท์ครับชนะเกมนี้แน่นอนครับอย่างไรก็ตามครับมิวสิกครับที่เล่นเกมโคการเนี่ยไม่ทำแต้มเลยสักคะแนนเดียวครับสำหรับเกมที่2ในวันนี้ครับก็จะเป็นทีมของ V Girls นะครับเจอกับทีมของ Very Very ครับงั้นเรามาดูผู้เล่นของ2ทีมนี้กันเลยครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ พวกเรา We are We Girl New We Girl ค่ะ วันนี้ We Girl ค่ะ
โยเกิร์ตวีเกิลค่ะ
We Girl ค่ะทำ We Girl ค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ พวกเรา Very Very พ่อขวัญค่ะแพนด้าค่ะ จิ๊บค่ะปุ๊เป้ค่ะผมค่ะ
เปิดอยู่ในมูครับแพนด้าครับอีวาพาเลสนะครับทำผลงานได้ดีเยี่ยมจริงๆครับทำคะแนนได้อีกครับทำให้ทีม V Girls นะครับไม่สามารถทำอะไรได้ครับในช่วงต้นเกมครับทีมพยายามจะเดินกลับไปหาเพื่อนครับแต่ไม่น่ารอดครับ4ตัวอย่างนี้เกาะเยอะจริงๆอ้าวอยู่ในมูครับโยเกิร์ตครับโดนสปาครับตามด้วยวายชาร์จอย่างนี้เรียบร้อยครับทางสะดวกแบบนี้ครับทันเดอร์ครับก็เป็นของเวลี่แวรี่ครับแล้วก็ทำให้ทีมเวลี่แวรี่นะครับโอ้โหเข้ามาดังรัวๆเลยครับเพราะผลของทันเดอร์ทีวีเกิลส์นะครับก็ส่งพิมพ์มานะครับเพื่อมาดังครับนิดหน่อยก็เอาครับแต่ยังไงก็ไม่ทันครับคะแนนมันห่างนะครับและแล้วครับคะแนนก็ทิ้งห่างมากๆครับทำให้ทีมเวลี่แวรี่ครับชนะไปครับในเกมแรกครับต้องยกความดีความชอบครับให้กับแพนด้าจริงๆครับมาเป็นคณะแบบนี้ครับ4คนครับโถมป้อมล่างครับโอ้โหเหลือนิวคนเดียวครับที่เล่นฟูจิกิบาครับแต่เหมือนจะตามป้อมไปด้วยครับโมเน่ครับเดินบนทีก็ไปกลางวงทันเดอร์ครับแล้วก็เก็บพาขวัญไปได้ครับอามาโจโอ้แพนด้ากับเอซิเซอร์เข้าไปครับเก็บโมเน่ไปได้เอ้าวงสีได้อย่างนี้จิ๊บครับจิ๊บไฟลงมาครับแล้วก็ล้าทันเดอร์ได้ครับและแล้วเกมนี้ครับก็น่าจะรู้ผลกันแล้วนะครับว่าทีมเวลี่ครับทำแต้มไปเยอะมากๆครับทำให้ชนะไป2-0ครับเอาละครับสำหรับเกมที่3ของวันนะครับก็จะเป็นทีมของวีไนท์ครับเจอกับทีมของเวลี่ครับและผู้ชนะของเกมนี้ครับจะเป็นตัวแทนทีมแรกครับของ AKB48 ครับศึกป่าเลนกลางครับมาครับเชอปางมาทัดจิ๊บครับใครครับโรตอมเข้าแบบนี้ครับเลนบนของทีมวีไนท์ครับเรียบร้อยครับทีมเวลี่ครับคุมโซนได้ดีมากๆครับปูเป้ครับเข้าไปแทงให้หน้าป้อมครับแล้วก็ผลักโขมก็คอยลอยหลังแล้วก็จิ๊บครับโฉบมาครับโอ้สวยงามมากครับมิวสิกกับเชอร์ปางเหมือนจะพอแล้วเอาละครับเปิดด้วยสกัดไปครับเอาแพนด้าสูนย์ด้วยเอ็กซิเซอร์ครับโต้กลับครับด้วยอยู่ในมูครับโต้ไปเต็มครับพาขวานครับโอ้แต่ว่ายังรอดครับสำหรับแพนด้าครับเปิดอยู่ในมูครับเพื่อป้องกันโรตอมครับแต่โรตอมเข้าไปซักก่อนครับแต่ว่าก็ไม่ตายง่ายๆสำหรับแพนด้าครับโอ้โหเรียบร้อยครับป้อมแรกครับตอนนี้ก็ทีมวีไนท์ครับกำลังคุมทันเดอร์ได้อยู่นะครับแล้วก็ไล่ผักโขมสำเร็จครับแต่ว่าทีมเวลี่มานะครับมาเต็มเลยครับทีมวีไนท์ห้ามพลาดนะครับไม่งั้นแย่แน่นอนครับถ้าเกิดเขาได้ทันเดอร์ไปนะครับและแพนด้าก็ได้ครับผลงานการล้าทันเดอร์ครับทำให้ทีมของเวลี่นะครับนำโด่งขึ้นมาเลยนะครับน่าเสียดายมากครับมิวสิกถือไว้เยอะมากครับถึง50ครับแต่ก็ไม่สามารถเอาไปดังทำแต้มได้ครับหมดเวลาซะก่อนครับน่าเสียดายมาครับรอบนี้นายเลือกคาร์เม็กซ์มานะครับทีมของเวลี่ครับได้อีกแล้วครับคาจิตกเมครับแล้วก็ได้ EP ไปทั้งทีมครับดูเหมือนรอบนี้จะค่อนข้างตึงหน่อยนะครับเพราะว่าทั้ง2ทีมนะครับมีแต้มใกล้ๆกันเลยนะครับสูสีจริงๆช่วงนาทีครึ่งสุดท้ายครับเหมือนจะแสดงอภินิหารครับสำหรับทีมวีไนท์ครับตอนนี้คุมได้ดีครับสำหรับตอนนี้ช่วงของศึกทันเดอร์นะครับหรือนี่จะเป็นพลังของคาร์เม็กซ์กันแน่ครับเลือกมาทีครับได้เปรียบทันทีครับโอ้โหเก็บไปได้5ตัวครับสุดยอดมากๆครับสำหรับทีมวีไนท์ครับและก็ได้ทันเดอร์ไปครับและในที่สุดครับทีมวีไนท์ครับก็ทำคะแนนรวดเดียวจบครับด้วยแต้มที่761แต้มครับชนะไปในเกมที่2ครับผู้คุมของปูเป้นี่สุดๆจริงๆครับกดดันเชอร์ปางและจีจี้ในเลนล่างแบบสบายๆครับโอ้โหจิ๊บเล่นไฟโร่นี่แบบเฉิดฉายมากครับแม่อยู่ถูกที่ถูกเวลาตลอดจริงๆตอนนี้อยู่ในช่วงสะสมแต้มครับอยากจะเข้าสู่ไฟทันเดอร์ในช่วง2นาทีครับแต่ว่าเหมือนผักขมครับแล้วก็ปูเป้เข้ามาป่วนครับอย่างนี้รอดยากครับเบลลี่ครับเปิดด้วยอยู่ในมูครับเพื่อจะเก็บทันเดอร์ให้ไวที่สุดครับเอาละครับจิ๊บเข้ามาครับแต่เหมือนจะโดนขับไล่ครับเรียบร้อยครับโอ้ล่วงไปแล้วครับแต่ว่าก็มีผักขมเข้ามาครับแล้วก็แพนด้าตามด้วยปูเป้ครับเอาละครับใครจะได้ทันเดอร์กันแน่ฮะช่วงนาทีชีวิตครับใครลัดได้ครับฝั่งเวลี่ครับในแมตช์รอบนี้ครับเราต้องยก MVP ให้กับแพนด้าจริงๆครับเพราะเขาเป็นคนลัดทันเดอร์ได้อีกแล้วนะครับโอเคครับทีมเวลี่ครับก็เป็นฝ่ายชนะครับเข้าสู่เกมที่4นะครับซึ่งเกมแรกของผู้แพ้ครับจะตกรอบเป็นทีมแรกนะครับก็จะเป็นระหว่างยามิรีโมครับเจอกับ V Girls ครับผมได้อย่างนี้เลือดแต่ละคนน้อยมากครับต้องมีคนเจ็บครับและแล้วก็มีคนเจ็บครับโอ้เจนครับเจอ1 ต่อ 3ครับจะไหวหรือเปล่าครับเก็บไปได้ฮะทีมยามิรีโมนะครับขึ้นนำไปอย่างสบายๆครับด้วยทีมเวิร์กในการเก็บออบเจกตีฟนะครับทั่วแผนที่นะครับทุกเม็ดจริงๆครับทีมยามิรีโมครับมากันหมดแล้วครับแต่ว่ามีกบตัวหนึ่งครับโมเน่ครับรออยู่แล้วครับแล้วก็อยู่ในมูครับเป็นไงครับได้หรือเปล่าครับแล้วคนละได้ครับก็คือพิมพ์ครับ การซุ่มโจมตีในรอบนี้ครับทำให้ทีมของ V Girls นะครับนำไปก่อนครับ1-0ครับเข้าสู่ช่วงสุดท้ายครับในรอบที่2ครับเอาละครับมีการไฟท์เกิดขึ้นเจนนี้ครับเอาโดนสลับบอลแพมๆครับเอาเฮกไซครับโอ้โหเก็บไป2ครับโยเกิร์ตวิ่งไปสปาครับแล้วก็วายชาร์จครับรัวๆครับแล้วก็อยู่ในมูครับแต่ว่าโอ้โหทำอะไรไม่ได้ครับเพราะว่าอีกฝั่งครับอยู่ในมูครับมีกรอบเพิ่มออกมาฮะอย่างนี้เหมือนจะรู้ผลแล้วป้องกันอย่างแน่นหนาเลยครับเพื่อไม่ให้ทำแต้มเพิ่มนะครับซึ่งก็จะเป็นทีมของยัมมี่รีโมทครับก็สามารถเอาชนะทีม V Girls นะครับในเกมที่2ไปได้อย่างง่ายดายครับทางเคสแล้วก็เจนนิสครับพยายามจะดังครับแต่ดูเหมือนจะดังไม่สำเร็จครับต้องวิ่งกลับแต่ว่ากลับไปก็ต้องกลับไปที่บ้านแน่นอนครับสำหรับเคสครับป้องกันสุดชีวิตครับ3-2นะครับโอ้โหบอกเลยว่าเคสสู้สุดใจครับวิ่งกลับไปแล้วแต่เจนนิสครับบุกต่อครับเพื่อจะเก็บให้ได้ครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้ครับโมเน่หลับครับเอาละครับแพมอยู่ในมูครับแล้วก็เก็บน้ำใสไปได้เอ็กซิเซอร์ครับเคครับโอ้พยายามจะดันพิมพ์ออกครับเพราะว่ามันปวดมากสำหรับยูคูบาริสึครับแล้วก็โฉบลงมาโอ้ยังไม่ลงครับทีวีเกิร์ลครับถม5คนครับน้ำใสกันคนเดียวกันไหวหรือเปล่าครับไม่น่าไหวครับ4-4ครับตรงนี้ครับป้อมที่2ครับโอ้ครับเจนเก็บไปได้1ตัวครับเก็บไปได้2ครับสวยมากครับ2คนนี้ดังครับตรงกลางตีกันอยู่ครับทันเดอร์และล้างได้แล้วครับโอ้ยามิรีโมทและยามิรีโมทครับก็ดังทำแต้มครับแล้วก็ชนะเข้าสู่รอบต่อไปครับในที่สุดครับก็มาถึงเกมสุดท้ายครับของรอบคัดเลือกนะครับเพื่อเข้าสู่รอบกรุ๊ปสเตจครับของ BNK48 ครับระหว่างทีม UNITE เจอกับทีมของยามิรีโมทครับที่เคยเอาชนะมาได้ครับทางยามิรีโมทครับมีแผนครับที่จะเอาป้อมด้านบนออกก่อนนะครับด้านบนก็พยายามจะป้องกันอย่างเต็มที่ครับแล้วก็เก็บได้ตอนนี้ยามิรีโมทครับนำมามากกว่า100แต้มครับช่วงที่ผ่านมานี้ครับทั้ง2ทีมนี้นะครับค่อนข้างเล่นเป็นแนวตั้งรับสัดส่วนใหญ่ครับและแล้วจีจี้ก็สามารถเอาป้อมล่างออกจนได้ครับถึงแม้ว่ายามิรีโมทเขาจะเสียทันเดอร์ครับแต่แต้มที่มีติดตัวนั้นก็มากพอครับต่างฝ่ายต่างจะไปหยุดการทำแต้มของอีกฝั่งครับนิดเดียวก็มีผลครับเจนเนสพุ่งเข้ามาขอสัก20ได้ไหมครับไม่ได้ครับโอ้โหดังครั้งสุดท้ายจริงๆครับได้อีก28แต้มครับสำหรับนายและรอบนี้ครับยามิรีโมทเขาก็เป็นฝ่ายชนะครับด้วยเจนทำไปถึง170แต้มอย่างสวยงามครับความต่างของร่างพัฒนาครับทำให้ฝั่งของเจนนิสครับแล้วก็เคสครับสามารถหยอดแต้มได้ทีละนิดครับถือว่ามีผลมากด้านล่างครับทีวีไนท์ก็ได้คาชิดกันเมครับและด้านบนครับโรตอมจะได้อีกหรือเปล่าครับได้ครับโอ้ฝั่งของยามิรีโมทครับแย่งไม่ทันครับน่าเสียดายจริงๆดูเหมือนว่าป้อมบนจะต้องถูกทำลายแน่นอนครับโอ้โหแต่ละคนถือแต้มกันมาครับโรตอมเข้าอีกครับจีจี้ครับพยายามจะเอาป้อมล่างออกครับแต่เหมือนจะยากครับอยู่ในมูฟไล่เลยฮะนายลัดทันเดอร์ได้ครับวีไนท์สบายเลยครับตอนนี้กันก็กันไม่อยู่เลยครับตอนนี้ครับผลของทันเดอร์ยังอยู่ครับดังรัวๆเลยครับโอ้โห96แต้มครับมิโอรีครับและแล้วครับหลังจากที่วีไนท์ครับได้ทันเดอร์ไปครับก็โถมดังเข้ามาทำให้ได้รับชัยชนะไปครับและเข้าสู่เกมที่3ครับเป็นเกมตัดสินครับตอนนี้แต้มของยามิรีโมทครับยังนำอยู่นะครับแล้วเปลี่ยนเป็นเกโคกะเรียบร้อยครับสำหรับมิวสิกครับลงมาครับโดนเจนครับโฉเข้ามาครับเรียบร้อยครับในแผงของยามิรีโมทครับยังเหมือนเดิมครับพยายามจะเอา3คนครับโถงเข้าไปครับเพื่อให้ป้อมบนแตกให้ไวที่สุดครับและแล้วเต่าจะเป็นของใครครับเต่าครับก็เป็นฝั่งของยามิรีโมทครับเอาละครับศึกปะทะด้านบนครับของบนเต่าครับอยู่ในมูครับสลับเชอร์ปาครับแล้วก็วิ่งไล่ลูคาริโอเลยครับเคพยายามจะรักษาป้อมบนให้ได้มากที่สุดนะครับแต่ก็เพื่อนก็มาช่วยครับเอาละฮะโอ้โหเจมาช่วยต่อครับอยู่ในมูครับโอ้แต่ก็ไม่มีผลอะไรครับเคครับพยายามจะซื้อเวลาครับเพื่อให้เพื่อนร่วมทีมนะครับตีโรตอมครับยังไงครับแผงของเขาก็ยังเอาป้อมด้านบนออกอยู่ดีครับระหว่างที่โรตอมอยู่ด้านบนครับน้ำใสและเจนครับดังด้านล่างครับเพื่อเอาป้อมข้างล่างออกครับมิวสิกพยายามจะหนีเจนครับแต่ว่าเจนตามมาได้ครับและก็มาถึงช่วงนาทีชีวิตครับศึกทันเดอร์ครับใครครับจะสามารถล่าทันเดอร์ไปได้ครับและคนที่ขโมยได้ก็คือมิโอริครับจะมีปาฏิหาริย์และมีการคัมแบ็กได้หรือเปล่าในที่สุดครับทีมยามิรีโมทเนี่ยก็ชนะเกมนี้ไปครับโดยห่างกันเพียงแค่20แต้มเท่านั้นเองซึ่งทำให้ชนะแมตช์นี้และผ่านเข้าสู่รอบกรุ๊ปสเตจครับเป็นวันที่สนุกมากๆครับสำหรับการแข่งขันคัดเลือกครับของ BNK48 นะครับขอบคุณนะครับผู้เข้าแข่งขันทุกท่านนะครับแล้วก็ The Pokémon Company ครับที่จัดงานดีๆแบบนี้อีกนะครับและเราครับไว้เจอกันใหม่ครับในกรุ๊ปสเตจครับ
Halo semua, nama saya Aldo Putra dan kali ini aku akan menjelaskan apa aja yang terjadi di kualifikasi JKT48 Pokémon UNITE Battle Festival 2021. Pertandingan pertama pada hari ini adalah Valkyrie48 berhadapan dengan Apsara48. Sebuah pertandingan yang luar biasa untuk memulai acara hari ini. Sebelum kita melihat aksi kedua tim, mari kita bertemu dengan para pemain dari pertandingan ini.
Halo, kami dari Valkyrie48. Halo semuanya, aku Jinan, aku kapten dari Valkyrie48. Ini tim aku, ada siapa? Yeslin, ada Anin, ada Cindy, dan aku Masya.
Wow. Halo semuanya, kami dari Apsara48. Yeay, perkenalkan namaku Gracia from Apsara48. Nah, di sini ada Azizi, ada Kristi, ada Katrina, dan ada Freya.
Langsung masuki pertandingan pertama antara Valkyrie48 melawan Apsara48. Mempunyai kesamaan Pokemon di area bawah yaitu Crystal sebagai defender dan Sylveon sebagai attacker. Kini telah terjadi peperangan dan sepertinya kedua tim sudah saling mengeliminasi satu Pokemon. Marsha dan Crystal sangat baik menghalangi dengan skill Rock Tomb. Valkyrie48 mendapatkan poin pertama diikuti oleh Anin Serena menjauhkan poin sebanyak 41 gol dan unggul dalam 3 menit berjalannya waktu. Sepertinya situasi semakin berat untuk Apsara48. Tidak lama, Valkyrie48 berhasil meliminasi Kristi dari Apsara48 yang bermain menggunakan Crystal di bagian atas. Tidak sampai 1 menit, mereka berhasil menumbangkan bagian bawah dan meraih gol dan kedudukan dengan 72 dan 0. Dengan perbedaan yang sangat besar yaitu 72 poin, Valkyrie48 berhasil melakukan rotom dan mendorong dan menambahkan poin menjadi 82 poin melawan Apsara48. Kita hampir saja menyaksikan sebuah curian yang mungkin saja membantu Apsara48 untuk membalikkan kedudukan. Dengan speed range United skill yaitu Blazing Cycle Kick yang dimainkan oleh seorang Z. Sayangnya, Valkyrie48 berhasil menjawab keadaan dan mengambil arti kuno dan mendorong ke bagian tengah. Pertandingan masih dengan skor yang sangat jauh 3 menit terakhir, di mana Valkyrie48 bisa mendapatkan poin sebesar 708 dan mengamankan pertandingan pertama mereka. Satu game telah tertinggal, Apsara48 harus memenangkan pertandingan berikutnya untuk tetap bisa bersaing. Namun, mereka tidak mengganti susunan Pokemonnya. Sepertinya mereka bertahan dengan apa yang terbaik mereka. Valkyrie48 sekali lagi memulai dengan sangat kuat. Perpaduan di area bawah menciptakan gol pertama dan langsung mengungguli Apsara48 di menit kedua pertama. Skor 90 dan 0. Apsara48 berhasil menjatuhkan Rotom dan mereka menekan ke area atas dan semoga mereka bisa kembali mencetak angka di pembukaan permainan. Kini sebuah aksi dari Anin yang bermain sebagai Serena. Dia tidak hanya bisa menghadang Rotom namun juga berhasil menundukkan Gracia sebagai Green Ninja dari tim Apsara48. Kini memasuki tengah pertandingan di mana Valkyrie48 unggul dengan skor 170 dan berhasil mendapatkan 2 zona gol. Dengan poin lebih dari 170 poin, tim Valkyrie48 menjatuhkan serangan dengan sangat kuat. Apsara48 tidak kehilangan harapan saat mereka mendapatkan arti kuno dalam sebuah pertarungan besar. Sayangnya, Valkyrie48 menemukan 4 pemain dari Apsara48. Z yang bermain menggunakan Cinder Case harus mundur. Valkyrie48 mengambil kemenangan dengan skor 2-0 untuk pertandingan ini meskipun Sylveon dan Green Ninja tidak mencetak skor satupun. Pertandingan kedua pada hari ini ialah Valkyrie48 melawan Amazon48. Langsung saja kita menemui para pemain yang akan bertanding pada hari ini.
Halo semuanya. Halo. Aku Helisma atau Eli.
Aku Onil, aku Gita,
Aku Lulu.
aku Adel.
Mari kita langsung menyaksikan apa yang akan terjadi di pertandingan kedua. Tim Valkyrie48 memulai dengan poin pertama yang cepat. Dengan Marsha yang menggunakan Crystal dan Anin yang menggunakan Serena langsung mendapatkan 31 poin dalam 3 menit. Keunggulan ini hanyalah sementara. Amazon48 mendapatkan kembali dalam beberapa menit berikutnya. Lulu yang menggunakan Green tidak lama setelah pertarungan di area bawah. Tim Valkyrie48 membuat jalan yang bersih dan meraih angka menjadi 129 banding 53 pada menit keempat. Marsha dengan Crystalnya melakukan banyak pekerjaan yang berat di belakang dan masih banyak mencetak kesempatan. Dia memiliki poin tertinggi yaitu 90 poin di antara para pemain lainnya. sangat luar biasa untuk dilihat. Amazon48 tidak memiliki kesempatan untuk beristirahat pada awal pertandingan. Amazon48 cukup baik dalam melakukan percobaan untuk mengambil alih beberapa poin pada sisa pertandingan. Namun sepertinya perbedaan angka sudah terlalu jauh. Kedua tim menyelesaikan pertandingan dengan total skor 564 banding 283 pada pertandingan kedua game pertama. Kedua tim bertahan dengan komposisi yang sama pada game kedua. Tapi kali ini Amazon48 bisa sedikit lebih unggul pada awal pertandingan. Namun sekali lagi kalah dengan cukup cepat dengan Valkyrie48 dengan 58 banding 53. Namun itu hanyalah perbedaan poin yang sangat tipis pada 3 menit pertama. Lanjut pada menit keempat, tim Amazon48 mengambil keunggulan dengan 83 banding 118 dan ini pertama kalinya Valkyrie48 bisa diambil alih. Pertandingan yang sangat sengit di antara mereka lanjut hingga 3 menit terakhir. Dan tim Valkyrie48 unggul dengan 408 banding 149 melawan Amazon48. Bahkan mereka berhasil menghilangkan 4 zona gol dari lawannya. Tim Amazon48 menekan pada area tengah. Sayangnya skor untuk tim Valkyrie48 masih terlalu tinggi. Tim Valkyrie48 memenangkan pertandingan kedua melawan Amazon48. Dan mereka menjadi tim pertama yang mewakili JKT48 untuk melanjutkan ke babak grup. Sebuah kerjasama yang luar biasa membuat mereka memiliki skor 4-0 melawan tim lainnya. Pertandingan ketiga pada hari ini adalah menjadi pertandingan terakhir untuk babak kualifikasi JKT48. Kita akan segera melihat siapa yang menjadi tim kedua untuk mewakili JKT48 di babak grup. Langsung saja kita saksikan pertandingan Apsara48 melawan Amazon48. Gol pertama diambil oleh Amazon48 dengan mereka unggul dengan skor 28 banding 0. Pada bagian atas kembali didominasi oleh Amazon48 dan mereka menjauhkan keunggulan menjadi 85-0. Dengan dijatuhkan Dreadnought, tim Amazon48 makin jauh dari segi level dan membuat Pokemon mereka semakin kuat. Kini semakin sulit untuk Apsara48 untuk mengembalikan keadaan. Meskipun Apsara48 berhasil mengambil rotom di bagian atas, namun Amazon48 masih jauh lebih unggul dengan skor 166 banding 67. Game dimulai dengan sedikit lebih lambat dibandingkan apa yang kita lihat sebelumnya. Tapi ini juga menjadi keunggulan Amazon48 dengan poin 251 banding 104. Apsara48 berhasil menjatuhkan semua pemain Amazon48, namun mereka tidak bisa mengambil zona golnya. Tim Amazon48 berhasil menjatuhkan Articuno. Apsara48 kini mempunyai waktu yang buruk untuk bertahan, dan tim lawan berhasil memasuki zona gol terakhirnya. Apsara48 kini berusaha sangat keras untuk mencetak poin di bagian atas. Namun sepertinya sudah terlambat untuk Apsara48 bisa kembali dalam game ini, di mana Amazon48 mengambil game pertama dengan sangat dominan. Performa yang sangat luar biasa dimainkan oleh seorang Adele dari tim Amazon48 menggunakan Absol. Player pertama dalam turnamen ini yang mencetak hampir 200 poin dalam satu game. Kini kita melanjutkan ke game terakhir pada babak kualifikasi. Tim Amazon48 sekali lagi mengambil keunggulan di awal pertandingan dengan poin 58-0. Di tengah pertandingan, Amazon48 berhasil menguasai pertandingan dan bisa mengamankan poin menjadi 184 banding 19. Menuju akhir pertandingan, Apsara48 bisa menaikkan energi mereka dan berhasil memperketat skor mereka. Apsara48 terus menekan dengan banyak pertarungan tim dan akhirnya bisa mengambil poin untuk memimpin pertandingan. Apsara48 dengan luar biasa bisa mencuri Articuno dari Amazon48. Apabila mereka bisa mencetak skor, mereka mungkin bisa kembali pada titik ini. Kedua tim kini memiliki poin yang sangat-sangat tipis dengan bantuan buff Articuno dan juga poin gandanya. Dan kita memiliki pemenangnya, yaitu tim Amazon48 memenangkan pertandingan kedua dan menjadi tim kedua yang mewakili JKT48 dalam babak grup. Selamat! Skor adalah 367 banding 365. Dengan berbeda 2 poin untuk tim Apsara48 untuk bisa melanjutkan ke game penentuannya. Kita bisa lihat sangat emosional sekali dari tim Apsara48, namun mereka sudah melakukan yang sangat terbaik. Semoga kita bisa melihat mereka lebih kuat lagi di season berikutnya. Pertandingan yang luar biasa dan fantastis untuk penutup kualifikasi JKT48 pada hari ini. Terima kasih tentunya buat semua member tim dari JKT48 yang sudah berpartisipasi. Tentunya nice try buat yang belum berhasil dan good game buat tim yang melanjutkan perjalanannya. Dan juga terima kasih untuk The Pokémon Company yang sudah menyiapkan wadah dan kualifikasi acara yang fantastis ini. Dan tentunya kita bertemu lagi di babak berikutnya. Sampai jumpa.
Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to day 2 of the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. You've got some familiar faces on the screen. We're the same casters from yesterday. If you didn't catch all the action yesterday, that is fine. You can always watch it back on all of our official social medias. But for anyone that is new to the stream, my name is Danielle, and of course joining me are two handsome, amazing, talented casters. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, yeah, there you go. So, my name is JJ once again. You know, you guys have seen me yesterday, and of course, with me is one of the talented casters as well, is Contra.
Yeah, and of course, I'm really happy to join along Danielle as well as JJ Kun here to cast some great Pokemon Unite games. We've had a lot of fun back in day 1, and I believe that in day 2, there's even more great stuff along the way.
We had some pretty fire games yesterday as well, and I have to say, you two, I think you guys got the cream of the crop, right? You got the best games yesterday. I was watching from the sidelines and I just thought, wow, these girls would destroy me in a game of Pokemon Unite. I thought I was okay, but after seeing, especially after seeing them play out, and also Steezy, seeing those two teams play, I just realized that, you know, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was.
Oh, you can't say that. We can't say that.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
We just have a little bit of a, little bit of a practice, and you know, we'll get there as well. You know.
So introducing our teams that are competing over the course of the weekend. Sorry, gentlemen. Now, of course, for people that don't know, the teams participating are from idol groups, which are actually called the 48 groups, right? And we have 4 groups competing today. So we have JKT48, BNK48, MNL48, and CGM48. And each 48 group is going to have 2 teams to represent them. So for JKT48, we have Valkyrie48 and Amazons 48. BNK48 has Very Very and Yummy Remote. CMG48 have Steezy and Attack. And finally, MNL48 have Padion and Stelwood League. Now, gentlemen, did you want to sort of break down what happened yesterday and who actually qualified to the playoffs already?
Well,
Yeah,
let
I mean-
JJ go first.
Yeah, there's so much of an action that happened yesterday, and for those who didn't know yet, the teams that were qualified, to the playoffs on January 16 are, it's Team Very and Team CG, coming in from BNK48 and CGM48 respectively, and they've given us quite a match. Honestly, I would have been, I wasn't really expecting them to be. I mean, I was expecting them to be great, but like, they exceeded my expectations to be so great.
Yes. Absolutely. Contra, did you want to explain to the viewers as well what the format is and why we have 2 groups?
Of course, we
Right,
are having a
so-
double elimination group going on both Group A as well as Group B. Back in day 1, before we had Team Steezy as well as Very Very qualifying, as we will see a team from CGM48 as well as BNK48. Their sister teams will be playing for today as well. And let's hope to see also even more representative coming in from both JKT48 as well as MNL48. So let's have a look into the Group B brackets right now.
Right, so
There you
today
go.
we're going to be playing
Bracket,
Group
yeah.
B for these teams. So we are going to have 4 teams competing for today. Our first matchup of the day is going to be Yummy Remote going up against Valkyrie48, and then our second matchup is going to be Padion going up against Attack. And I know that JJ, he's going to be very excited for the second match because his homegirls, Padion, they're going to be competing. Hey, look, they're your homegirls. They're from Manila. I'm very sure you'll be rooting for them, but you actually had some information about some of these teams coming into today as well.
Mhm.
And something that I found very interesting that you highlighted was that Padion won their first round. This is
Internal
before
qualifiers.
competing here. They won their qualifiers undefeated, which is very impressive. So I'm looking forward to them playing today.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a Valkyrie48 from JKT48, that actually won their own internal qualifiers undefeated as well, 4-0 run. And I mean, it's just really exciting. I mean, I'm also excited to see that they are not on the same group, at least on the first 2 matches, that we might potentially, see Valkyrie and Padion go in on the winners bracket, on the upper bracket rather, moving forward into the tournament. But, one would still go down into that lower bracket, but it could be anyone, could be, Yummy Remote, could be Valkyrie48, could be Padion, or, even Attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And for people that aren't aware as to why these teams are playing today and why there are 2 teams qualifying to a playoffs, so we've got our group stages that's happening over this weekend. We had our first stage yesterday, our second stage is today. Now, 4 teams are going to come out of these 8 teams. We already had 2 coming out yesterday. We're going to have 2 more coming out today. These 4 teams that have basically won these next 2 days, they're going to go to the playoffs that's on the 16th, and I'm looking forward to it. But I know you're all excited for the games, so let's quickly jump into our first match of the day, and I'm going to have Contra joining me. JJ Kun, he's going to be on the side, but he's going to join us a little bit later on. Contra, we've got our first match of the day, and I'm really excited for it.
So do I, and I've been keeping tabs on some of the actions. I went through some of those highlights that we have on social media, and like what JJ can say, some of these ladies have never dropped a single game in the series, and this time they match up with the rest of the AKB48 groups here. This is definitely going to be something special, I would say. And well, we're just going to have a whole lot of fun times here, and we're going to be taking a look at who's going to start off here on our very first series.
All right, let's meet Yummy Remote. TMK48, we have Yummy Remote. Hello, ladies. How are you today?
สวัสดีค่ะ Hello we are Yummy Remote Hi I am ไข่มุก Hi I'm น้ำใส Hi I'm Jane
Hello, I'm Janice.
Hello I'm Kate
All right, of course, thank you so much for your introduction. Of course, probably you have prepared quite a long time to, of course, match up with the rest of the teams here. And tell me, are you ready for your very first game against your sister teams on the opposing side?
Obviously, we are very nervous and excited to join the game with our sister group, but we are also happy too. So today we are gonna say that yes, we are ready.
Awesome, awesome. That's great to hear. Emily, you got any questions for Yummy Remote?
Oh, I do. One more question before we head on over to your sister group. Is there anything that you want to say to Valkyrie48?
Let's try our best Fighting
All right, good luck.
Thank
and
you.
of course, we'll see you all in the game. Thank you very much, Team Yummy Remote.
Thank you
Thank you, thank you. Now let's introduce our next team that's going to be playing against Yummy Remote. It is Valkyrie48. And there you have it, representing JKT48, we have Valkyries48. Hello!
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
We are from Pokémon 48. Now we want to introduce my team. First of all. Hello, I'm Jesslyn.
Hi, I'm Cindy.
Hello, I'm Anin.
Hi, I'm Jinan. Hi, I'm Marsha.
And of course, Valkyrie48, you're going to be having your very first match of the day. Tell me, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, kind of nervous, but it's okay. We have to have fun.
Well, we're definitely going to have a whole lot of fun. And of course, not only, I really do wonder, if there's any words you want to say to your sister group before we start the show?
Okay, just good luck and have fun. We're so happy actually. We can interact with our sister group through this game. So yeah, just have fun together.
All right. Thank you very much, Valkyrie48, and I definitely wish you
Thank
all the best
you.
in this best of 3 series.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you.
All right, Contra. So we're going to let the girls get ready. They're going to jump into the lobby. So we're going to give them a little bit of time to at least prepare. Now, from what we've already experienced yesterday, we saw a trend with some of these girls, right? They tend to play the same Pokemon. Now, I think the theory here is that these Pokemon are their most comfortable Pokemon. They probably play them the most. They're probably thinking, okay, this is, you play your best with that single Pokemon. We saw, I think, only one series where we actually had a bit of a shuffle, right? It was actually the upper bracket grand final. And the two new Pokemon that popped up was Decidueye, and I believe it was Mr. Mime. But outside of that, every other team, they just stuck with the same Pokemon. Do you think we're going to see the same thing today?
I do believe that there's going to be a different variation of composition that they're going to be filling for today. And speaking of which, I believe that there's also a whole lot of popular picks that we've already been keeping our eyes on, such as the Serena being so strong in many of all these skirmishes that they have in team fights. And of course, not forgetting a lot of great Talonflame plays that's been happening across each of these series.
Very true. We did see a lot of these Pokemon pop up. I feel like the the Talonflame's probably been the most impactful out of the two that you listed. I think the surprise Pokemon that really showed up yesterday was actually the Absol on the side of Steezy. I think it was May's Absol. Crushed all of her games. I don't think we saw her struggle at all. So I'm wondering if any of these teams are going to sort of have that tempo controlling Pokemon like Absol. Maybe someone's going to pull out a Gengar. We haven't seen any Gengar. We haven't seen any Dragonite. I was quite surprised. And of course, we said this yesterday, right? Lucario is generally a very popular pick. The Pokemon is very strong. He can solo lane. He can jungle. You can even tri-lane him if you really wanted to. But we saw absolutely no Lucario.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised by the absence of Lucario as it being very popular amongst the community, and every trainer out there possibly would want to see that happen. But of course, before we go into that sort of prediction, I want to ask your prediction here, Downley, on your thoughts exactly. And it seems like we've already have the results popping on our screen, and it's a 2-1 in favor of Valkyrie from both of our sides. So I guess that they have a really dominant run back in their qualifying series. So, Danley, I guess you possibly have the same idea. What's your thought on this?
I mean, mine is also just sort of a little bit of a national pride thing. So me being part Indonesian, it just makes sense, you know. It's like I got to root for my girls, so it made sense to root for Valkyrie. The reason I actually did 2-1 though is because we're also playing in the first round, right? These girls have absolutely no idea what Pokemon are going to pop up. They don't know how the other team plays. So there's going to be a lot of room for a lot of shenanigans to happen. So we saw it yesterday, right? I mean, we saw a lot of 2-1s. We didn't really see 2-0s until we were deeper into the brackets. So personally, I think Valkyrie's gonna take it, because we also have some information that Valkyrie, they also ran through their qualifiers undefeated. So this is potentially looking at a very strong team, but I don't think we should completely underestimate Yummy Remote. I do think these girls are also going to be able to put up a fight.
Yeah, I do believe so. And yesterday, we've already seen teams such as Steezy as well as very put on a great showing overall. And it just shows a high-level understanding on how to really control the tempo of a game when you're in this 10-minute action-packed Pokemon Unite matches. So with that being said, of course, I know it's still kind of early for those of you traders out there, wherever in the world that you're currently watching the live stream. We're going to have a whole lot of good time here, Downley, as well as myself. We'll be jumping into this best of 3, and this is part of the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. So let's head over to Remote Stadium to see what goes down in the map.
Alright, so we're finally going to see the Pokemon that both of these trainers are going to choose, and we actually have a new face popping in on the side of Yummy Remote. We've got the Swinub. For people that don't know Swinub, this is going to evolve into Mamoswine once it's fully evolved. I'm a big fan of Mamoswine. It's a very tanky frontline Pokemon that has some really dangerous CC. So I feel like I might change teams just because of this Swinub.
Wow, like this is something that I don't expect coming to the series, and look at that. You mentioned about the power of the Swinub. She sets it up, and Kate, along with the Alolan Vulpix, will be able to get their first knockout.
So already just a nice little head start there from Yummy Remote, but I really want to see how these girls play, because we saw a lot of aggressive play yesterday. Are we going to see that same level of aggression, or maybe are we looking at a bit of a slower game, something a bit more passive, these teams focusing on just getting those it depends on items as well, if anyone is running any of those stacking items. But I think from what we saw yesterday, the only major items that we could really tell that they were holding was buddy barriers and score shields.
Indeed, and take a look at this. They're having a full stack and up top, as Jesslyn will have to deal with the scores, and she won't be able to defend all too much, but thank goodness it's still pretty early, so it's a good head start for Yummy Remote with a 49-pointer. Take a look at Marsha, as they will slowly control the bottom lane as well. Now, I believe that some berries will be able to help them sustain a little bit longer. Now, more of all these camps are spawning up as there's more wild Pokemon up middle. So I really want to see who's going to get the best of advantages controlling the middle of the map.
Yeah, it seems like Valkyrie, they're sort of sharing a little bit of that fun. I think they want to try and get the Serena up online as soon as they can. Looks like Sylveon's fully evolved, so Valkyrie, their main source of DPS is active. But I'm wondering what you sort of want to do with Cindy here, because of course she's alone, and she's gone for interesting build. So we saw Sacred Fire getting picked up yesterday on yesterday's Sylveon, but now we're looking at a bit of a different build here.
Indeed, and I believe that this is gonna give them a little bit of a slight advantage later on. When Cindy is treading with caution, she doesn't really have full health, as there's no major protective spawn to spout yet. But I want to really see those contests coming down on that Dreadnought eventually. Now they challenge onto the Vespi Quinn. Now that's a great initiation coming in from both Anon as well as Marsha, as they will take them down eventually, and this is where they start to get their first few points in, catching up with that 68.
I have to say, very interesting build on the Crustal on the side of Valkyries, because normally we see X-Scissor on the Crustal ride because you want that hard CC and also being able to dish out some good damage, but she's gone for Stealth Rocks, which is some really good zone control because it does damage over time in an area. But hold my thoughts here, because it looks like the Talon Flame on the side of Yummy Remote is going to be taken down, and Jinan, she's trying to go in for the fly, being pushed back, and she will do some critical damage on these Pokemon, but can she get the knockout? It looks like she's not going to have enough damage. The Wigglytuff is still going to be there for Yummy Remote, but
wow, just look at how well they've been able to set the pace, as we saw Jinan fly right into the battle, and as soon as she managed to get the Unite move running, she managed to push everyone back, and this is where Kano managing to score and take down the first goal zone, and Yummy Remote establish a little bit more of the pressure. Well, Valkyrie48, of course, now regaining a little bit more of that tempo, but they will eventually need to put more focus down bottom line. And of course, there's going to be a little bit of a battle up here as the Serena will move right over the air and forces Kate to back away. She manages to escape back into the safety nets of the goal zone, but happening down bottom here is going to be Kaibook that's going to be having a tough time going 3 versus 1, so that's not going to result to all too much. But the Dreadnought is now attempted by Yummy Remote. Great fly coming in from Jane as she forces Jinan all the way back, and they manage to take the Dreadnought in favor of Yummy Remote for the moment. Going to be recuperating for now, as the scores are pretty close for Yummy Remote to eventually move back in to get themselves even up. Well, we move over to the Mamoswine that's currently hiding over in the other corner. Jesselyn's just going to be stealthing her way through as she takes a little bit of roll. That's going to be fine for now, but
I'm actually loving the rollout. Yeah, I'm loving the rollout build. It's a different build. We're so used to seeing Sing, but rollout on the Wigglytuff, it's a really great initiating move and it does some pretty good CC. But Jesselyn, oh no, she's going to be caught out here by Jane. She's taking way too much damage. There's the knockout. And there should be some easy little scores here for Yummy Remote. Luckily, no Pokemon have any major points on them. But Serena's going to come in. Are they going to stick around for way too long, Contra?
Oh, wow. Anon managing to dodge the blaze, and it seems like she's been able to pull off that perfect defense. Though they did utilize a whole lot of utility, they won't be able to score all too much. Yummy Remote having a little bit of struggle here.
Yeah, a little bit of a struggle. I'm still surprised that the Mamoswine is staying on the other side of the map. I was expecting this Pokemon to come in and help the team soak up a lot of the damage and be that frontliner, but seems to be a bit of an exception here, as we do see 2 Pokemon knocked out on the side of Valkyrie. They've lost the Serena and they also lost the Sylveon, but the turnaround is there now inside on this Sylveon. She's low, she's sitting on the goal, hoping she can get the regen. That rollout! So much stun and control, Jesselyn. That's not going to be enough though. It seems they will have to retreat with the Crustal, but Cindy's coming back into the fray, although she is alone and she'll have to be careful when she goes back to that goal. But Dreadnought has spawned and so has Rotom.
I love how they just stack upon it, and that Wigglytuff came in at the perfect timing to save the day. Because when we take a look at Jinnan, her health bar is dropping so low, and I guess that if she didn't arrive to see, probably they have a few members being knocked out. Meanwhile, Yummy Remote trying to get one thing picked up, and they managed to get that Serena off the map.
So one of the scariest things about Mamoswine is if you have a Mamoswine that's built up the Ice Fang, as we saw with Kate, that is such strong CC but also displacement because you're able to throw Pokemon in front or behind the Mamoswine. So if you're going into a fight and, for example, Kate manages to get the Ice Fang onto one of these squishier Pokemon like the Sylveon and even the Serena and just throws them behind into her own team, then Yummy Remote will be able to get some very easy cleanups. So they've got to be very careful with the Mamoswine, but the thing is, they can dodge the Ice Fang. It's not a lock-on skill. It's a skill that you do need to aim. So if you miss it, it does go on cooldown. But I'm still surprised they're not really bringing that Mamoswine into the battle. It seems like they want to focus on farming, and the rest of the team is trying to defend this single goal as Zapdos has finally spawned. And at the moment, Yummy Remote sitting on a very hefty lead, 243 points. It's up to Valkyrie to actually steal this Zapdos now.
That's right, and their stronghold will eventually be challenged here if they don't really do anything about the Zapdos. Zapdos dropping pretty low, and are they going to make any sort of movement? And Yummy Remote get this one absolutely for free as they dive into the middle. They did set up a blockage, but is it going to be enough? They're rushing into the top lane, and they manage to stop Kate from blocking it all. Now, more and more of the points are stacking for Yummy Remote on the final minute. And this is going to look quite bleak for Valkyrie.
Yeah, I think that might just be it there for Valkyrie. We didn't see it on our screen, but so what ended up happening was Yummy Remote were able to get that Zapdos for free because Mamoswine just charged into Valkyrie, who are going in through that small choke point to try and make it into Zapdos. And Kate, just doing Mamoswine thing, she basically blocked them from going through that entryway. And so Yummy Remote getting that free Zapdos, and well, even though Kate did spend most of the game just sitting in that top lane, it ended up paying off because at this rate, I think this game is pretty much pretty much confirmed here for Yummy Remote. I don't really see any plays that could really bring Valkyrie back into this match.
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough, and I kind of wish we get to see a lot more of Mamoswine. Just look at how destructive Kate was in some of these key battles. No, she did spend most of the time defending. I think it's good enough that they managed to deny majority of the points. Now there is just about 10 seconds left for our very first match. Yummy Remote will take game 1 of the series as they still continue to give chase as they have already secured their first point.
Time's up.
So already off to a fantastic start here for Yummy Remote. Now, for Valkyrie48, this was a bit of a wonky game, right? Because they never really had the lead in the match. It was mostly Yummy Remote, who look really ecstatic about their victory, by the way. But they one win away from just moving on, whereas for Valkyrie, if they don't take this next game, they are going to be pushed down into the lower bracket, and if they lose that next match as well, then they're out of the running to make it to playoffs.
Indeed, and they just have to keep up with the same sort of tempo that they're playing right now, or go paddling for more points this time around. So at least, of course, after shaking off all the nerves, you can see from your screen, Namsai just basically have all the emotions displayed on our fan cam early on, and well, I can't really call it fan cam or idol cam, of course. So definitely, there were a few key moments in that match, and I think that they really established some really great control, especially on the beach area when they were contesting for Dreadnought.
Yeah, it just seemed like the entire game, it snowballed in favor of Yummy Remote, right? Because we didn't really see Valkyries being able to take any of the main objectives. They didn't really secure themselves that Rotom. They weren't really able to also get themselves the Dreadnought. So they were trailing all game. And the comeback mechanic was basically Zapdos, and they all funneled in together. They actually didn't separate. Like in a lot of games, you'll have Pokemon coming in from all angles, right? You have someone coming in from top lane, someone from bottom lane, but the team grouped up middle, and they were going to try and contest for that Zapdos, but because the choke point is so small, and Mamoswine, that Pokemon in general, he does, I say he, I don't know what gender Mamoswine actually is, but that Pokemon has a lot of crowd control. I wasn't sure if he actually went for, I don't know what the second skill was actually for the Mamoswine, if it was Earthquake or if it was, I forgot what the second skill is called, Stampede? No. The other skill. I don't remember which one it is, but both of those skills, they have a lot of shoving capabilities where you're either stunning Pokemon with the Earthquake or you're shoving them back if you use the second ability. So because it's such a small choke point, you can't get past the Mamoswine unless you use an eject button to try and eject button over Kate. So we will look at the highlights here from that previous match, but Yami Remote, they look fantastic.
Indeed they were, and we saw a lot of all the challenges over on the bottom lane in specific, and this was one of these key plays that the AKB48 was setting up in the early game, as of course they managed to try to even out the odds, and at 5 minutes mark they've managed to get a slight lead, and later on I guess that they managed to eventually break the code, especially when Jane drops into the bottom lane and find that pick off against the Wigglytuff, and eventually brought down the outpost, of course. And when we take a look at how Yummy Remote take over on both ends by just having that Mamoswine handling everything by herself, as Kate's definitely been doing an amazing job at that from the top lane, so they could just easily focus down on the bottom side. And from there onwards, I guess this was that play that you were mentioning about where you just have heavy front lines on that chokehold, so it made things so much easier for Yummy Remote.
Absolutely. So going into this next game, I want to know what the strat is going to be for AKB48, because something clearly needs to change, and it's not a case of just fix your lanes, just roam to this lane. I feel like overall there's a lot more going on that needs to be changed here for Valkyrie, and I think a really good change would be to actually, I'm going to keep saying it, I think they're going to have to bring in some, it's not really cheesy, but they're going to bring in a different Pokemon. Something that can actually create tempo. If you want to bring Absol, be my guest, but something that could behave like the Absol, a Pokemon that can roam around the map and look for those knockouts and weaken those lanes, right? Because every time you're knocking out a Pokemon in lane, you're going to have a numbers advantage, and it's easier to get those scores in, and early scores mean early experience. And especially for that bottom goal, if you can crack that open early, that's going to be so much control for Dreadnought.
That's true, and there's also another Pokemon that I'm hoping to see eventually throughout the course of the Pokemon UNITE battles that we're going to be having here, and maybe a little bit of Garchomp somewhere in between will be pretty fun to watch. Haven't seen the Pokemon for quite some time, but of course, let's take a look if there's going to be much of a change, and it seems like they're going to be sticking to the usual for Game 2.
Yeah, it's not surprising. We did see this yesterday, so the girls are going to play their favorite Pokemon, or at least the Pokemon they feel most comfortable on. But so far, nothing's happening. So, oh my goodness, Kate with the tackle into Ice Shard, and look at the damage. Now, the scariest thing about Swinub, he looks so small, so innocent, so cute.
So cute.
But this Pokemon, he's able to freeze you, and freezing, especially early on, is such a good way of setting up for those knockouts, especially when you're pairing up with a strong early game Pokemon such as that Alolan Vulpix, who will be a Ninetales very soon. So the fact that you've got strong CC, or at least crowd control, in that little Swinub, and you're going to be backed up with the Alolan Ninetales for that damage, this is going to be a pretty scary lane for Valkyrie's 48. Now, mind you, Valkyrie, they do have a strong Pokemon in themselves, that Crustle, one of those early bloomers as well. Very tanky, can do quite a bit of damage. But I'm wondering, is Marsha going to change her build-up? Because she went for Stealth Rocks last round. And normally, Crustals are going to build for X-Scissor, because X-Scissor, it gives you the shove capability, it does damage. Oh, you don't want to lose the Serena to tackle, almost catching out that poor little Serena, but they don't have enough to finish her off. But yeah, they've got the Crystal, but the Crystal alone isn't going to be able to compensate for the Serena until Serena's fully evolved.
I absolutely agree, and for now they just have to hold to their defenses, and they couldn't really proceed, especially when Kate is being so disruptive once again. So maybe exerting a little bit more pressure and just turtle up on the top lane will suffice for the moment. This can be remote as managed to score just about 23 pointers in the early game. So this time around, we just have Namsai as well as the Wigglytuff here to just hold on. But we see a whole lot of damage being dealt, and Serena is just gonna, I mean, of course, before getting the full evolution, she's just gonna slowly scale into the game, and by the time that she managed to get her Unite move, that's where, you know, they will go all guns blazing. But Jane really put up a whole lot of pressure, and Eslin has to hold them all back. That's another 30 pointers coming in, and the Fly goes all the way back just to get into a really safe area. So everything's looking pretty good for Yummy Remote at the moment.
Yeah, looking good for Yummy Remote so far, but we're going to have the Dreadnought coming in soon, and I think Valkyrie48 and Yummy Remote, they're going to be bringing Pokemon down there so that they can try and get that control over those goals. They can try and take that Dreadnought for themselves, and so far it's going to be Jenna. She is pretty far forward in that top lane, but down bottom we actually have some fighting on top of Yummy Remote's goal. Now they are going in for a bit of a dive. It's very deep, and they will lose the Sylveon. That's going to be one Pokemon down on Valkyrie48. They need to get out with Jinan here. She cannot get caught with this sleep. Looks like she will escape and eat that citrus, but in the process, Marsha all by herself, and she doesn't have the X's, and she's still gone back for that Stealth Rock, so she does have the area control and damage, but she's not going to be able to cause any sort of shoving capability or at least displacement. Personally, I'm not a fan of the Stealth Rocks, but there must be some plan with the Stealth Rocks pickup.
I really do hope they do have something in plan here, as Marsha sneakily scores all by herself, cutting through from the middle, and they're trying to ensure that this Dreadnought's going to be secure, but they're getting shoved out.
And they're also going to be able to get the Rotom, so the whole time Yummy Remote were fighting with 3 Pokemon in that bottom lane up against Valkyrie's 4 Pokemon, and they weren't able to even secure the Dreadnought completely. They're going to be fighting, but take a look at this. I think Yummy Remote, they're going to be able to get the Dreadnought themselves, and they will. They were able to get it with 2 Pokemon.
Wow, that's amazing. And look at how well Kaden is holding up as she managed to also escape at a really low health, onto which the top lane, of course, now down on the bottom side. It seems like they're not really having Jinan rotating to create a scene over the top lane, but let's see what Yummy Remote could bring once again. 100 points ahead of Valkyrie, and they're about to score more. That's going to be in the rollout, pushing them back only for the slightest bit. While Cindy tries to give chase, that's some good damage being done. And it brings them all back. That's a huge move from the Serena. And Namsai will try to get a little bit of safety net with Dennis holding them on. But there's the Unite move to bring the little Knuckles up in the air. Dennis will go down, and Serena once again clutching the moment, and Namsai will have to give way. That's the score zone taken out. Match going for a great trade, but of course having to be given over to Yummy Remote eventually.
But even after all that's said and done, though, they're still Valkyrie48. They're still behind it by about 100 points, so not going to be too comfortable in their position as of yet. Although they are positioning to try and take the Rotom and maybe even try and go for a knockout onto Kate. But do they have enough damage to take out this Mamoswine? Because Mamoswine is a pretty tanky boy.
Indeed, and currently majority of the players are rotating up top to secure the Rotom, and Yummy Remote will take things slowly. They will take establishment in the bushes, while the Talonflame is aiming to, of course, make some movements towards the bottom lane. So perhaps that's going to be some good scoring going on. Oh, take a look at this. Kate into the middle of it all, and then tries to shove them all back. Triples Axel won't be enough to take down the Mammoth while the Wutom is getting secured by Yummy Remote. And that's right, and Quintessent up above. Dennis will be taken out for that double knockout by an in.
And while all that was happening, down bottom, it actually looks like Dreadnought gets taken, but I believe it was on the side of Valkyrie48, so they are able to get that experience back, but the Rotom is still alive. They're going to have to knock that out, because if it lands on the goal, it's going to be some easy scoring possibilities here for Yummy Remote, and you don't want to be losing too many of those goals early on. Looks like Jinan managed to be caught by that sleep there from Kaibu. But I think they're just going to leave that. They don't want to fully commit, but both of these Pokemon sitting on 40 points, and there's just no opening to score any points.
Not at all. And currently, with some open areas, this is going to be looking a little bit dicey, honestly. And
it is. It's going to come down to Zapdos.
Really has to make some big plays, and they're probably going to prepare once again for that Zapdos, which they didn't manage to attempt back in game 1. So hopefully this time Valkyrie contenders won the round to push it to game 3.
Yeah, one thing Valkyrie48 are going to have to be very careful about is if they funnel in together again to try and take that Zapdos, to just they're going to have to figure out a way to get past Kate. Now, the good news is that Kate did use her Unite move early on, so if they do try to pressure for that Zapdos early, they will be able to contest without having to worry about a Mamoswine Unite. So what's the question here for Valkyrie? Like, how are they going to answer their problems? Because they are behind, they need that Zapdos, and it looks like right now Jesselyn actually going to try and deny 2 Pokemon from trying to get those points. And so far, I think that, they will be able to get it. The score shield kicking in there for the Sylveon, so successful score, 300 points so far from Yummy Remote. What's happening with the Zapdos? It seems like Valkyrie's there in disarray.
They are, and I guess they're in this frantic mode where they need to decide what exactly to do. That's going to be an 80-point score if she could achieve that.
She's not running score
but
shield.
She's getting disrupted, so Jinan has to make an escape as well. This is too tough for Valkyrie to crack, and they will have to go in for Zapdos right here, right now.
Yeah, they only have a minute left to do it, so if they're gonna have to start, they need to think about this right now. But Jinan, on that Talonflame, she's actually sitting on her own goal at this point in time, trying to get 50, so it seems like she is trying to get herself fully loaded, and they are preparing for this Zapdos. But can they get the last hit? It's gonna come down to this last hit!
Stolen! My word, they managed to take it all away, and Yummy Remote, once again, takes over control. Now they're going to be storming into the top coast as they will try to score instantaneously. Namsai will take the lead, and that's another 100 point from Kate as well, putting it to 723.
Looks like this might just be pretty much it here for Valkyries. They really needed that Zapdos. They weren't able to get that last hit. The Alolan Ninetales is actually the one to get the final attack onto that Zapdos. And 700 points. It's a pretty tough cookie to crack. So congratulations off the bat here to Yummy Remote for being able to secure a very clean 2-0 over Valkyrie48. So Yummy Remote, they're going to move on to the upper bracket. Whereas for Valkyries, they're going to go down to the lower bracket, and they're going to have to find out who their opponent is after this next series.
Wow, that was indeed a great game, and I'm always happy to see them showing, of course, a great spark of joy as they manage to, of course, clinch a 2-0 victory against the sister team, of course, Team Valkyrie. Well, there was so much pressure mounting to the Team Valkyrie where we saw they had to attempt that Zapdos no matter what, and they were using so many of their utilities to the point that, okay, there's clear windows of opportunity to basically yoink that Zapdos away, and Yummy Remote definitely seized it by the end of it all.
Yeah, so Yummy Remote, we saw them, they were ecstatic. I think some of the players even looked a little bit speechless. I was just thinking, how do we win this? But they did fantastic. All game, the team looked solid. I love their rotations. I think in particular, if you're Valkyrie, you gotta think what went wrong there, right? Because we saw multiple times where Valkyrie, they had the numbers advantage, especially in that bottom lane when trying to get that Dreadnought. But they just couldn't break through these 3 Pokemon on Yummy Remote. I'm not sure if it was a case of them just not having enough finishing moves, if it was a case of them maybe overextending. I mean, they tried to score here because they thought Yummy Remote were retreating, and instead they get punished, right?
Yeah.
And this is 3 Pokemon going up against 4.
Indeed, and I was also hoping to see even more of that counterattack coming in from Valkyrie, but Yummy Remote definitely looking a lot more organized in a majority of all these skirmish, where we saw how Yummy Remote has Namsai creating a whole lot of room to, of course, deal all the damage while having the Wigglytuff to always stand alongside with her, well, over up top. There was also that challenge of Rodan that did, of course, give even more advantages back to Yummy Remote, and this is where they managed to stack up 385 points, and the only way out was the Zapdos, and unfortunately that was stolen away, and I guess that was, of course, all that happened there in our match. And now we have Team Yummy Remote, who will be joining us here with the interview. Congratulations, Team Yummy Remote. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you so much. Thank you. We are very happy, of course, because this game was very intense, and we have not. Yeah, we practice so hard because we know that our rivals are so strong, but we did it, so we are so happy. Yes.
Yay. Well, Danny, we're also happy for Team Yummy Remote as well. They're gonna have a lot more games. Any questions from you, Danny?
Okay, I do have some questions. So can we ask, how long have you been practicing together for the tournament?
After the last time that we have a tournament, so we practice a lot harder because we are a lower bracket, so we think we have to be an upper, so we practice every night. Yes, from
Wow,
last night.
every night from the qualifiers onwards. Wow, and of course, all your hard work has paid off in this series. And congratulations, you make it to the upper bracket right now. So just a few more games to go, and we wish you all the best for your upcoming games.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually,
And
hang
of course-
on. We got one more question. I have one more question. Sorry, girls. One more, if that's okay. So my final question before we go is, do you have any message to your sisters that are going to play in the next round?
Oh, so please do your best and go through together. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Man, Contra, you're
Alright.
running away so fast. Are you scared? Are you scared?
Well,
You should be. They
I'm
play better
nervous
than
talking
both of
to
us
them.
combined.
Of course they do. I probably don't want to face them myself. I'll get stopped on just like how they've managed to pull off those great Mammal Slime moves out there in their matches. So things are looking great for, of course, their team. But later on, we're also having Team Padayon that will be joining us here, as they will be facing off against Team Attack. Now, this is going to be a great matchup here, and I believe that JJ Kun will be coming along for
He'll be
next
returning.
match.
Return of the JJ Kun. He's got to be here to cheer for Padayon, and I don't blame him. He's got to cheer for his girls. But while we come back and pick up JJ Kun, we're going to give everyone an opportunity, including you guys and the players, some time to sort of relax. If you need to, go to the toilet, grab your snacks now, because once we return, we're going to jump right into our next series of the day. Our next series, if you didn't know, it's going to be Padayon versus Attack. We'll see you after this break.
And of course, welcome back to our Pokemon Unite here as part of the Pokemon Battle Festival Asia 2021. And of course, having here to join us in the casting virtual desk, it's JJ Kun. And I'm pretty sure you're excited about our upcoming game here as we do have Padayon taking on Attack.
Nah, man. I mean, do I look like I'm excited? I'm not, cause I'm not. I don't think I'm excited, dude. I don't really think that I'm excited. Just that can I get a Sulong Padayon in the chat? But honestly, I'm not really excited, dude. I'm not really excited.
Well, I got a
But
question.
I really like what
honestly.
happened last time. You know, I really like what
Yeah.
happened in the last game.
And of course that was some pretty tough challenges that was set in place, and we see Namusline for the very first time, and that definitely sets up the bar for our very first game. But of course, let's welcome Team Padayon here to join us for a quick interview. And of course, please welcome Isabel from Team Padayon here, joining us alongside us for a quick interview. How are you feeling, Isabel?
Team
Isabel?
captain of Padayon, and I'm feeling great. Yeah. If anything, I'm feeling excited.
Awesome,
Yeah, I
awesome.
mean, we are too. You know, we are excited to see you as well. You know, I said I wasn't excited earlier, but I really am excited. You know, I know Contra is excited as well, and Isabel, we only have like a couple of questions for you. One, do you have anything to say to your fans right now watching?
First and foremost, I want to thank MNL48, and everyone who's supporting Padayon right now. And I also want to reassure everyone that we've come prepared. So please watch after us, and please cheer us on. And please pray for us.
Right. Padayon is handang-handa na, right? They're really ready to get in on this tournament. So Contra, do you have any questions to ask Isabel?
Of course, I do have one question here with me. Just a quick one where, of course, you'll be facing against Team Attack. You said you come prepared. So anything you want to say to Team Attack before we move on to our very first game of the series?
It's cool because it's our first time playing against Attack and playing against any other sister group actually. So if anything, let's enjoy ourselves and have fun. Whee! I'm so excited.
There we go.
All right. Thank you
And,
so much, Isabel.
Yeah,
Thank
let's now
you.
introduce their opponents for this time, their sister group, Team Attack.
Hi, Team Attack. How are you feeling today? Please introduce yourself.
So, let us
There you go.
introduce ourselves first.
Hi, I'm Milk.
Hi, I'm Nini. Nice to meet you guys.
Hi, I'm Sita.
Hi, I'm Izulina.
Hi, I'm Latin.
It's nice to
And
see
today
you
we're
guys
so
as well.
excited. This is the first tournament in CGM48, and we are so new. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for all supporting us. Today we are going to keep fighting. So, okay, thank you first of all, and I'll be enjoy for this game. Okay.
Aw, and I really do hope that all of you have a good time here for your first match. So, JJ-kun, any questions for Team Attack?
I mean, first of all, can I ask where did the name Attack came from?
Well, because first round that we are invited, we are all play attack.
Oh,
but
so
now
there
we are
will be a
changed
aggressive.
sometimes,
interesting.
but still
Yeah,
attack.
interesting.
Yes.
Well, definitely you're going to be attacking the tournament this time around. So really excited to see that. Contra, do you have any last questions for them?
Of course, early on we spoke to Team Padayon. They wish you all, of course, the best because they're going to give a tough competition. Any words for Team Padayon since you're going to be moving to the battlefield later in the upcoming match?
We hope Padayon will enjoy with us, and we hope we are work together someday.
Ooh, I'd
Good
like to see
luck.
that. I'd like to see that. Well, we'll see you later on the games. Thank you very much, Team Attack. Contra, let's get back to just the two of us for now as we prepare for the games.
Well, of course, it's always great to be able to speak to all of the girls before we get our show started. So, we could see that there's a little bit of banter going on. And as mentioned, Team Padayon is coming pretty prepared for this series here. Well, we also have Team Attack, akin to their name. They like to play aggressive, like they should. And potentially this might bring them a few pointers back in. So before we jump into predictions, I want to hear your thoughts because you've watched some of the matches and Padayon definitely have scored big time back in the couple of past match that they played out.
All right, yeah. So as you all know, right? It was mentioned by Contra and Danili earlier on that what do you call this? It's Team Padayon is actually coming in here like really great. Really heavy as well, since they won 4-0, so they did not lose a single game on their internal qualifiers. So definitely, knowing the fact that they're gonna be coming in here with no defeats at all, I think that has a lot of statement behind it. A lot of backings behind it. That they are going to be quite a heavy competition against anyone in the tournament in Group B. But Attack here, obviously, we haven't seen them at all for now since coming in from CGM48. They did not really have any internal qualifiers rather, so we don't have enough data about them, but we might be able to see them play out really greatly as we all saw Steezy yesterday. So they might have been practicing together. But right now, here's our prediction. I know you guys are looking forward to this. So my prediction is 2-0 in favor of Padayon, and Contra, your prediction is 2-1 in favor of Padayon.
Yeah, we've already have a 2-0 clean sweep on the very first series. Now I want to see everybody at their best form now that they've already gotten clear ideas from day one if they were watching. And here on day two, we've already have one set of series. Team Padayon, I think the results speak for itself, as we haven't really seen much from Team Attack, but I do, of course, hope that they will definitely surprise us or, of course, give out a performance that we don't expect at all. So I guess in less than a minute, this is where it all goes down, JJ.
Yeah, I mean, in just less than a minute, we're gonna be seeing a 2-0 or perhaps a 2-1, in your favor, because that's your prediction. But this is my prediction, and this is what I stand for. But of course, as always, the other team, we have Team Attack. We are always welcoming you guys to make sure you prove us wrong with our predictions, to make sure that you get our supports as well, in the prediction. But for now, I think it's time for us to get in on the game as we are now counting down going into game number 1 for Team Padayon and Team Attack. let's find out who's going to be winning this game 1. Moving over into game number 2, let's have a champion time contra.
That's right, and you know, it's going to be a best of 3. Even if they do drop one game, they should not lose focus or even morale, as we will have potentially all 3 games here displayed by your very own idols of the AKB48 groups across Southeast Asia. We have Team Patreon versus Attack.
There you go. It's really interesting to see which Pokemon they're going to be bringing in on here. And we see Team Attack on the left side and Padayon on the right side. We do see the Absol, the Blastoise, well, the Squirtle, the Bulbasaur. We have the Serena, Boonsweet, and we also do have the Fletchling into the side of Attack. And for Padayon, they have the Squirtle, they have the Wigglytuff, they have the Dragonite, they have the Serena, and they do have the Fletchling as well. So this is really going to be interesting just because of the fact that, you know, onto the side of Attack, as they mentioned, they have been quite an attack-oriented team, you know, just like they mentioned earlier. But for Team Padayon, you know, you can clearly see that there's, I guess, a form of CC here, crowd control in terms of the Wigglytuff, and of course there's also the Squirtle. Maybe perhaps it would go in for a Surf for crowd control, and then of course there's the attacking Pokemon, which is the Boonsweet. We have the Downflame later on as well, and of course we also have Isabel into that of the Dragonite that could essentially steal out the objectives quite easily with the help of the Hyper Beam if Isabel chooses to go for the Hyper Beam later on.
Yeah, and I really love to see that there's a variety being displayed. This is going to be the very first Dragonite game that we're getting from Padayon for this weekend. And of course, on the side of Team Attack, they're bringing Absol, who was dominant when we first witnessed on day 1 being played by Team Steezy. So maybe they have something within their playbook here to pull off some moves. Well, there's a challenge down bottom.
Right, and look at this right now. Attack is trying to attack Padayon right now, but I think they're going to be eating that away. They're going to be answered back here by Padayon, but Latin here activates their own, focus band. So we're not going to be seeing the focus band into that of the Dreadnought fight because it has a cooldown of 1.5 minutes. And since it's already activated, it's not going to be helpful for them. They can't have a lot of risk now if they want to attack Team Padayon. But look at this, into that of the top lane. We're going to be seeing Sita here with the Absol doing a lot of damage here. This is going to be a 3v2 situation. Cat here is going to interrupt Attack from scoring in, but look at the boost. The Sini. Well, now is the Serena going to be able to get in that 25, but look at that. Kath and Miho is doing their best to ensure that they won't be able to dunk in more points than that of the 25. But here we go, Nini trying to rotate back a little bit, and Miho is still at level 4. He's at level 5 for it to evolve into the Water Tail, and hopefully he gets into Water Tail before the objectives come out. That of the Rotom and the Dreadnought in the top lane and the bottom lane. As I speak, it's now up, and let's find out who's going to be able to get the first objectives in the game.
I love the challenges coming in from Team Attack. You saw that sort of re-engagement of an attempt. Though they didn't really get much, it shows a little bit more of that prowess on how well they could.
Oh, wow!
Dreadnought, though, taken by Padayon as they go in full swinging as they will be able to. And he'll be taken down.
Isabel getting 2 KOs. Actually went in for the Dragon Dance and the Hyper Beam, which I really like because it stacks up the movement speed, the attack speed, and of course the attacking prowess as well of the Dragon Dance. So I really like this decision coming in from Isabel, and probably would be able to take in this Rotom as well if Isabel, of course, gets in on time. But look at that right now. Gets a Unite move coming from that of the Dragonite, but unfortunately wasn't able to steal the Rotom away. But they're going to be able to answer back with a 2 KO to make that tree. Attack is going down. Oh, well, never mind. It wasn't 3 KO, but like still, it was 2 KO coming in from Isabel from the bottom lane. And now look at that. We're going to be seeing the Solar Beam coming in from that of the Ivysaur, rather, from Team Attack. To be able to take down one into the side of Dion, but still, Isabel is doing their best right now, not allowing that Rotom to come into the score goal, and now going in as well into the team fight, defending the score goal away from Team Attack.
Such a good response coming in with the Draco impact, and I want to see it again. He does have the Unite move up. Now, Isabel being brought up in the air by the Queen's Ascent. Will be taken down eventually. Cap trying to hold on, but Denny coming in with that triple sweep to take them all down with the Talonflame. So they managed to score once again, putting it close. Only 18 points of a difference for the moment. Wow. There's a lot happening up the top lane, I must say.
Right, and here's the thing as well, you know, like, Dion here can have a little bit of, like, breathing room here just because of the fact that they are still leading in terms of XP, despite them not having a lead on, you know, not the lead on points. It's kind of fine, you know, if you think about it, since they would still be able to win on a lot of team fights. Quite unfortunate for what happened in the top lane, however. But the Dreadnought is now going to be coming up, and it looks like there's going to be 3 Pokemon from Team Padayon here, 3 members rather, going into that of the Dreadnought, but 4 from Attack. There goes the Solar Beam, going to be used as well, but look at that! Wigdom's going to be able to take down the Dreadnought for the side of Team Padayon, and Isabel is going to be able to try to punish. There goes the Hyper Beam to take down the Ivysaur. There's going to be 2 KO in favor of Padayon, but it looks like this Blastoise ain't going anywhere at all, as it is going down once again. That's going to be 4 KO in favor of Team Padayon. Isabel is doing a lot here with the help of Gem, and of course Claire here as well, you know, with that of the Sing, dealing a lot of CCs for the opponents, making sure Isabel gets the, you know, the free damage away from Team Attack. And here we go, Draco Apex gonna be used once again, get some shields here, and there you go. It looks like that Wigtom's gonna go down, but Isabel can't have any risk of falling down because all the damage is coming in from them.
Yeah, I gotta say that was a really good flame sweep attempt, trying to pull them directly into the goals and disrupt them once more. Team Attack now having the Rotom up available, but there's the serve, trying to steal it away, and the Unite move comes out.
Oh, Hydro Typhoon!
Bring them up in the air as well. Mio will try to get some backup assistance from the Isabel as they manage to hold them on the line, but the Rotom's charging in from Team Attack as well. Isabel will try to hold Denny off, and that Rotom may not be able to do all too much since the goal zone's pretty far away.
Right, and once again, guys, so for those who don't understand what's happening right now, so basically Pokemon Unite is a game where you have to gather more points, dunk in more points rather than your opponents. And as you can see right now, Attack here has 265 points and Padayon has 203, but you have to consider the fact as well that Padayon is leading in terms of XP. They have higher levels right now, and they could just take on Attack whenever they want. And there's also the double points, you know, later on in the game once the Zapdos comes up in the last 2 minutes of the game. But look at that right now, that on the top lane, we're gonna be seeing some action once again, but it's just that, you know, Attack at the very least know the fact that they cannot, you know, they cannot overextend it because they're gonna get punished so hard. But look at that, they're going to get 3 Dreadnought of the game. All the 3 Dreadnought. Padayon's gonna be able to take that, and they are ready. Like, they are really ready to get into that of the Zapdos, and I think they are preparing themselves to get that Zapdos away from Attack for them to be able to just score in later after they take it.
Isabel's in trouble
right now, goes in for the Midnight Slash, but Isabel might be going down, but Draco, look at that! Draco Apex gonna be used here. Hydro Typhoon as well coming in from landing, but look at that. They're gonna be able to survive here by Isabel, but it seems that Isabel needs to get back a little bit, you know, try to retain some HP rather. But look at that, Verdant Axe is going to be used as well, dealing other damage into Team Padayon. But here goes Sing as well into Izarina, but not going to be able to make them fall asleep. But at least Absol is now down, and Padayon needs to be able to, you know, get this Zapdos away from Attack. But let's find out if they're going to be able to do it. Gets the fly here. God, there goes the steal coming in from the Talonflame from Team Attack, but I think they're going to be punished for it. There's going to be 1 down for Team Padayon right now, but they're not going to be able to punish it, and there's going to be 2 KO here in favor of Team Attack. And it looks like Isabel is just going to go straight into the enemy team base just to get in some scores with the help of Dragon Meteor to teleport down into that of the top lane. We're now 435 to 203 points, and there's still quite a number here. There's still quite a time here. There's still like, 1 minute, well, less than 1 minute, but it would have still been possible for them to catch up, but unfortunately, unfortunately for Team Padayon, none of them have so much points, and even if they can get into the other side of the map on Team Attack's side, they would still have to take some time to put in the points.
Indeed they do, and that clutch steal coming out of the Talonflame at the very final tick of the health bar, they back to the skill and changes the whole tempo of the game, and with only 15 seconds left, Padayon couldn't really score all too much. This wouldn't be enough, but we saw that close level of points that they managed to garner before that steal was close enough for them to do enough to score against Attack, but unfortunately, game one,
that was close.
Attack got it in the back.
That was close.
507.
Look, they really tried. They really tried to get back up. They really tried to get back despite having the disadvantage in terms of these points. But that was just like 150. That was really close, especially that considering the fact that there's double the points in the last 2 minutes of the game. They could have done a lot there, but again, unfortunately for the side of Team Padayon, they didn't have a lot of points, to get in and dunk it for themselves. But Gonsha, any words for that? It was just really amazing Pokemon Unite match.
Yeah, I think this is possibly the closest match that we have for today, where both were evenly matched in terms of skill as well as teamwork. And, well, you saw, even with the Zapdos, the points actually looked pretty close. It was 150, like you said, on those final minute attempts. And I guess if you turn it the other way around, it could have actually been Padawon's game overall. But Attack first, they managed to have a little bit more of a stability. They first had, all things considered, a well-rounded attempt coming from all fronts on that final fight, and I think that definitely was the big game changer for Attack.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, Team Padayon has been doing so great for the entirety of the match. But at the same time, Team Attack is trying to answer back, trying to counter what Team Padayon is bringing up to them. But unfortunately, for Team Padayon, they lost the coin flip, of course, that being the Zapdos. And for that, it's, well, they're still game number 2, It's, they can still bounce back from that. But for now, if I am gonna be asked, if anything, if there's anything that Padayon needs to change, honestly, I don't think they need to change anything. I honestly don't think they need to change anything because it's actually working out pretty well. It's just that they lost to Zapdos, that's why they kind of lost in terms of points. But other than that, I think it's working out pretty well.
Yeah, I gotta say that this has got to be as close as it gets, and both teams have a very different approach when it comes down to objective control, as evidently in this highlight that's displaying Padayon always going for the Retina. Meanwhile, Attack, they went in for multiple Rotoms as well. It did help them establish a little bit more spacing up over on the top lane, and I guess that a lot of this team fights, it was heavily reliant on Isabel to set up with the Greco impact, and we saw Miho also coming in with some good serve to really pull them all the way back, disrupting the tempo of that fight. And I guess we really have to focus on that very clutch battle up in the mid when Zapdos appears, and take a look at this. This was one of the fights that was crucial for their survival in this round.
It was very crucial, especially the fact that Isabel, they would have been punished for that. They could have been punished for that. Isabel is one of the highest dealing Pokemon, highest damage dealing Pokemon in their arsenal, in their roster. And since Isabel went back into the base, Padayan could have been punished for that really really badly, and if they were, then they're going to have a hard time getting back, and perhaps they might have been wiped out as well, with the exception of Isabel, of course. But at the very least, that wasn't what happened. But they still lost the Zapdos. But for now, I think we're gonna be getting into the next game. Game number 2. We are now ready to see whether or not Padayan would be able to bounce back from this game, perhaps going to game number 3 if they do, or if Attack is going to be the one moving forward into the upper brackets.
That's right. Attack needing only one more game to advance to the upper bracket finals. And as we are seeing pretty much the same composition that's being filled, I believe there's a little bit of a slight change going on. This time we have done with the Wigglytuff approach, as Ladin goes in for some really good poke against Gem, and heading on to a little bit of a push and pull on both ends. I really want to see how this Absol performs in this matchup. Though it may not be as scary as Maze, I believe that in the past match that they've been able to pull some great impact for some of these objectives.
Just to correct you for one thing though, Padayan actually had the Wigglytuff earlier as well.
Oh yeah.
So for now,
forgot.
they didn't change anything at all actually. For both of the teams, none of them actually changed anything. But look at this right now. At the very least, what's changing is how they are playing. You can see how Padayan was a little bit passive in terms of like being aggressive earlier, but right now they are ensuring that they are pressuring up the other team. And right now into that at the bottom lane, it looks like their jungler is going to be Isabel, so that this Dragonite would become Dragonite immediately into that early game before the first before the first objectives of the game. But look at that right now. Into that on the top lane, it looks like Padayan is having some troubles as they are getting pressured up, and there's no there's no response as well coming from the teammates. It's the Fleshling and the Squirtle into that on the top lane. Honestly, I don't think it's quite a good combination to have as a double team in a lane, especially that both of these Pokemon needs a huge, enormous amount of XP for it to go online, and for them to go against Serena and of course Talonflame. I guess they're going to have a hard time if they can't punish them for their mistakes. But look at this right now. Instead of the bottom lane, we're going to be seeing a 1v3 situation here. Jen's going to be able to get away here, but Cena's going to be able to get some scores as well. But there goes the Sing, but no follow-up into that of the damage. They were quite unfortunate not to take down that Absol.
Yeah, they came pretty close though, and I guess that they were also having a little bit of uncertainty there if they were to overcommit as well. But they definitely have to try. Well, they managed to get a few corners in from the top lane as well. Now, the only difference is about 10 points, which could definitely turn any given moment now. Objectives are being spawned in 10 seconds or less, and you see a full rotation coming down bottom, and as they will
look at that very amazing sync from Claire, and followed up with the Hyper Beam coming in from that of the Dragonite by Isabel. Very amazing gameplay here from Padayan right now, but look at this. It looks like Attack here needs to get something ready, needs to go online quickly, or else it looks like Padayan is going to be able to get this Dreadnought, secure this Dreadnought for themselves without any contest. But look at that, Talonflame going to try to steal that away, but quite not on the right timing. But isn't it going to able to get away? Actually quite fortunate that actually went out of the Hyper Beam range. But look at that right now. It looks like they're going to be able to take them out anyway. That's going to be 3KO in favor of Padayan, but it looks like we're going to be seeing some response here with that of the Fleshling from the bottom lane. But fortunately, they disengaged because they didn't want to be on that hamburger. Those are like 4 Pokemon down from Team Padayan, and if you're going to be going there, you're going to have a hard time.
Yeah, I absolutely love this playstyle from Padayan. Just look at how aggressive they're approaching this time around with the Draco Impact. Not really hitting the mark, but they managed to get Zeta falling back, having so little help to work with. Isabel gets another one by knocking out the Absol, while Nini is dealing with Vio. How much more can the attack take? They have to eject out of the scenario while the Rotom won't be charging in. They're getting everything, but Dion wants to bring this point to tie up this match. There's still 5 minutes and a half left on the clock. Or chipping off the health bars off the Rotom, but they're soaking too much damage as well. Nini got to fall back this time.
Here comes the Sing. Starlight Recital. Hydro
Oh!
Typhoon. That's gonna be 3 KO! 3 KO in favor of a Dion, and they're not. Sierra's not gonna be able to stop the Rotom here, and they're gonna be able to get that one up. And now they can freely score into that of the second tier turret, second tier Squirtle as well into the top lane. And there goes some scores. Gets the Surf as well from that of the Blastoise, and another one as well. And there's another 30 into the top lane. That's 82 to 178 points.
Wow! In the blink of an eye, everything changed, and Dion just had that full sure confidence to win that skirmish. And look at this once again. Latin just bringing in some space, but couldn't get any sort of scores being done, while the Dreadnought might be, of course, open up for team attack. But here comes Jando trying to go in with the Queen's Ascent, challenging all alone. Can she sweep her way through? Still, and yet she
did as well.
And this is gonna look pretty tough for team attack to win this trade-off, but Latin's holding on, trying to deal with Claire as they're trying to fall back, while the space has been created for Padawan to score from the top.
Oh my goodness, here comes the Sing once again, but it's not going to make anyone fall asleep. But that's going to be 3 KO from Padawan. They have been playing quite differently from earlier. You know, like, again, as I mentioned, I'd like to emphasize what I said earlier, you know, that they're playing a little bit passive, you know, early, but this time they're no longer playing passive. They're playing so aggressive that they are, you know, attack is not answering. Well, not that they're not answering, but they couldn't answer back from Padawan.
Yeah, and the pressure really was too much to deal with, and you have Cav, who's basically soloing the Rotom with ease. But here comes a little bit challenge though. Serena making her way up above. Nini will have to face off against Isabel first. That's where they come in with the Flame Sweep to push them back.
Oh,
Rotom
the Rotom as well.
Padawan this time, but the health bar's low on Cap. She has to make way. And with this good push, there's going to be even more for Padawan to take as they manage to knock out Serena and make it a double KO once more.
Oh goodness, man! It's actually hard to believe that this was the Padawan that played earlier. You know, like, yeah, well, I mean, they, well, it's not that it's unbelievable. It's not that it's unbelievable, but more like, we do know for the fact that Padawan won 4-0. You know, Padawan won 4-0 against, their internal qualifiers, but for them to actually only have the first game as a warm-up and proceed into game number 2 with this kind of aggression, this is something that I wasn't expecting at all.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the members from Team Attack that's struggling the most at the moment, the Venusaur, of course, not being able to score all too much, but then again, of course, you factor in that she's a defender, so most part, she just needs to look for that perfect opportunity to drop a Unite move when it comes down to a huge team fight. But then again, you have the counter ability of Isabel, who could just drop right in with the Draco Impact if needed. Now, it's the challenge on the Zapdos, and Attack's got to move in.
Well. Oh, they're going to be able to take the Zapdos as well, and look at that. Isabel is currently at level 15. Currently at level 15, they're not going to have a lot of they're going to, well, not that they're not going to be able to do anything, but like they're going to have a hard time against Isabel, against dealing against Isabel. Right now, they're going to be able to put in more points here. That's going to be another 95. That's going to be another 100 here from there, and that's going to be another 82 as well. Well, 32 from the top lane, probably from Team Attack, but it's not going to be enough for them to get, come up. But look at that, 100 points is going to be used as well. There goes over an anger coming from that of Venusaur. They're going to be able to destroy the second tier score goal instead of the top lane, but it's still not going to be enough for them to catch up against Team Padawan. But look at this right now. We're going to see some Dasher get some fly. They're going to be able to take down this Blastoise, and Nini going to be able to try to get away, and was able to get away from that of the the Hyper Beam with the help of the eject button. And my goodness, Padawan, you know, at this point on, Attack can basically get more points, and they still wouldn't be able to, catch up against Padawan because it's going to take them a lot of time to, score in some points. And Isabel right now, still just waiting, just defending the second-tier score goal into the bottom lane. They're going to have a hard time in scoring.
Indeed, and you look at the average score for each of these members of Padawan, they are working it out so well that everybody's putting an average of 140 over points by themselves. But of course, with the double points coming in the late game, Attack don't really have any more business to offer here on game 2, as Padawan manages to put this game into game 3. Tying the score 1-1.
Time's up. I like what Mio is doing as well at the very last second, just because of the fact that it serves two purpose. I'm pretty sure Mio is thinking that I just want to score in this points, but it actually served two purpose. One is to increase the gap, and number two is to basically divert the attention of everyone from the side of Team Attack, so that they wouldn't be able to go into they won't go into the side of their team to score back up. But let's take a look at the highlights of what happened in round number 2, game number 2, for Team Attack versus Team Padawan.
Indeed, and initially we see a little bit of an offense being displayed by Team Attack as they managed to score quite a number on the bottom goalpost. Well, after that, once they do hit the levels, it was that chain combo coming out here, which managed to open up so much room for Padawan to dominate from not only the bottom but also the top lane. And I guess after this Retina, Team Attack, they just were too far behind. Just look at the 2-level difference between each member. It was hard to even offer that significant amount of damage to take out some of their offensive Pokemon over on the side of Team Padawan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, Team Padawan here has a lot of room to breathe in, just because of the fact that they have the score, not the score advantage, but rather the XP advantage. Like the score, it's despite this game being a game, despite being a score objective game, much like basketball, you gotta wait for the timer to run down and have the higher points in your opposing team for you to win the game. But despite this game being a score-oriented game, having that XP is still, I'd have to say, personally, more important than actually scoring in, because you can always, you can always get back up with the points. You can always return the favor later on, especially after the Zapdos has come up. But that XP, you can never get that back, and that is what happened with Isabel. Isabel was just honestly, without sugarcoating it, was just fed, and Isabel was doing all the damage, and basically, Team Attack wasn't able to do anything against Isabel alone.
Indeed, and of course, that's also her ability to, of course, fully utilize the kit of what the Dragonite offers in that particular battle. So with that said, I believe that they wouldn't be making any sort of changes on both ends. So it has worked out for Team Attack back in game 1. They just have to bring the tempo up to, of course, challenge Padawan's offense, maybe play fire with fire once again, so that they could possibly walk out with a 50-50 trade that can favor themselves.
Yeah, but here we go, hopefully, at the very least for Team Padawan here, they play the same game that they played on game number 2 going into game number 3. But like for Team Attack, they have a lot of things to adjust for. For one, they have to not back down against Team Padawan, because if they ensure that Isabel and of course the rest of the Pokemon here from the side of Team Padawan gets their levels up quite quickly, then we're going to see a repeat of game number 2. But for now, at the very least, Attack here is trying to ensure that, you know what? We're going to be answering back against Padawan, and I like that. But look at Sita right now, almost getting the KO against Cat here. But at the very least, they're going to be able to survive as well. Not going to be able to stop Team Attack from scoring in that at the top.
That's right, and we're having Ladin here defending it all by herself. Well, there's 3 Pokemons that will be, of course, rotating across the bottom side of the field, while the Dragon there will eventually move over to provide a little bit more resistance to the Talonflame as it stands. 34-35, as none of them have been able to make significant scores for the moment. Now, here comes the Absol Cena, dealing some damage to Claire, but it's not really going to be too much of a hassle for that Wigglytuff to, of course, hold her own for the moment. Now, up here though, that's going to be a few scores there attempted by Team Attack. Not going to be too huge of a deal for now. Dion just trying to get a good setup, as there's going to be objectives spawning up later on after this minute.
Right, but here we go. Cat here trying to get some scores once again. Gonna be able to get the 24, but they need to be able to disengage right now, because if they don't, they're going to get punished so hard. Especially when Talonflame here is not as chunky as it seems. Talonflame is such a very big bird, honestly, but like it's not as tanky as it looks like. But for now, at the very least, Cat. Oh, never mind. Cat is not gonna be able to get away, but Claire wasn't able to get in at the right timing. Was able to get there the moment that a Talonflame actually went down. But look at Cena right now. He's gonna be able to try to get away. That's gonna be 3v1 situation. But here we go. That is gonna be able to get taken out as well. Isabel, however, is gonna be able to try to retreat back. I think they can't. They can't play a lot of
here we go.
here, because Isabel is still not a Dragonite compared to what
slow.
happened earlier, where Isabel
Team
was
is down.
already a Dragonite before the Dreadnought. But look at that, we're gonna be seeing the Dragonite right now. We're gonna be seeing some damage here coming from Isabel. There goes some multi-scale ability being in play right now from that of the Dragonite. Here comes a Fly as well, coming from Cat. Gonna be able to get some score. No, don't score in just yet. You might want to take them out first for scoring, and they're gonna get punished for it as well. Jam is going down. Main Ascendance is gonna be the play of the game here. That's gonna be 3 down for the side of Team Padayon. Now that's the thing, right? That's the thing. You wanna ensure for a fact that it is safe for you to score in. And that is, I guess, one of the mistakes here, which I really like for Team Attack, that they punished Padayon for. That they were trying to score in despite them being still being present in the score goal.
Indeed, now they also have Rotom in favor of Team Attack. They will try to shove it all off, but here comes Rotom though. It's not going to be all too great for Dial, but they're doing whatever they can, putting them to sleep. Cena's got to run out of this scenario while they manage to take down the Talonflame as well. They're going to make it 3 as Cav comes in with that beautiful flame sweep. Now, great chance for them to score from the top lane. Well, Team Attack, they can't do nothing about this engagement.
Right, and as you can see, the XP advantage is still into the side of Team Padayon, overall. But like, what's happening right now is that Team Attack is winning in terms of team fights, which this is something that Padayon couldn't they can't take this. They shouldn't be able to take this. It's something that they shouldn't be experiencing at all. Like, they have the XP advantage, so they should have the advantage in terms of team fights, but that is not what's happening. Look at it right now. Izarina is gonna be taken out by this by Isabel, but never mind. They're just gonna be able to repel away Team Attack, so that they would be able to attack the Dragon immediately. And now they just want to get the XP so they can take down the Zapdos later on. But look at that. There goes the Hyper Beam coming from Isabel right now to take down the Dreadnought once again, so they can take in some XP. Now they need to disengage here. They don't want to get taken out, because if everyone gets taken out, even if you have the Dreadnought, your opponent, which will take you out, will still have the higher amount of XP to get. But look at that right now. They're going to be able to make use. There's going to be 2 down. Make use of Hyper Beam. Going to be taking 2. No, make that 3 for Isabel. Is this going to be the revenge that Isabel is looking for from earlier? That's going to be another point here for Isabel. That's going to be 3 KO. This is something that, as I mentioned earlier, they can well, attack cannot afford from happening. They can't let Isabel get all the farm here. Just like what happened, you know, gets a lot of KO. There goes the fly as well, coming from Cat to take out Sita, and that's gonna be 2 KO into the side of 2 KO into the side of attack. And funnily enough, you know, Ivysaur and Wartortle are still not Blastoise and Venusaur up in this, you know, the last 3 minutes of the game. But, you know, as I mentioned, that his arena right now is Venusaur, but it's a little bit too late. But at the very least, it's not too late, I guess. But they are, how do I say this? They are on a disadvantage in terms of XP. That's gonna be 2 KO for the side of Cat with a Talonflame. Right now, Isabel's gonna be able to take down this Rotom with the help of the Hyper Beam. So 1,700 damage from the Hyper Beam alone. And now they're going to be pushing into the top lane. I really like what they're doing right now. Miho with the Surf here just to repel them away, push them back so that this Rotom is going to be able to get in. But there goes the Hydro Typhoon coming in from Latin as well. Not going to be doing a lot here, but they're going to be able to at least take down this Rotom so that they won't be, you know, pressured into the top lane. But that also means, you know, that their attention is on the top lane, whereas it looks like Padawan is going to be able to take another Dreadnought, another XP advantage for themselves.
I love how they actually shift their attention towards the top side. Team Attack, they're in a dire situation where they just have to attempt any sort of score at all, and they're bringing it only down to 25 onto the second goal up top. Now, with those sort of KOs, they can open up the Zapdos here for the taking as Cap forces Milk to back away. 4 members now.
Oh, they have to be careful here. This is what happened. This is what happened in game number 1. They have to be careful. They need to be able to take this one up, and Isabel was able to take the Zapdos. We're not going to be seeing the repeat of the history of game number 1, as they're going to be able to take the Zapdos, and they're now going to be able to just ignore everyone else and score in against Team Attack. It looks like we're going to be seeing a 2-1 here if Attack won't be able to score back against Padawan.
My, oh my. That was also pretty clean, I must say. The way that the Attack tried to find a little bit of an opening, but there were members who were also pretty far away from the objective, and there's nothing to be done right there and then. Now, Attack just need to find a little bit of leeway, but that full defense is coming out of Team Padawan. So Sita doesn't really have room to score with Claire. Now, on the other side of the engagement, that's where they drop in, but how could they possibly hold on? There's also the Blastoise coming in, but they could only push them all the way back, getting a few quarters, all if they need, but 760, and this is a score too hard to beat at the moment.
This is the 4-0 undefeated team of the internal qualifiers at MNL48 that we're talking about. This is going to be 4 KO right now into the side of Team Padawan, and because there were 4 Pokemon that got taken out into the side of Team Attack, they have no longer the chance of getting back against Team Padawan, even if they respawn back. It looks like we're going to sulong Padawan. This is going to be a 2-1 in favor of Team Padawan, and Padawan is going to be the one proceeding to the upper brackets of our tournament.
What a beautiful game this is, and of course, I've asked for all 3 games to be played out, and of course, both of them have delivered, and Padawan makes it off to the upper brackets, and won't you just take a look at that? Cat being the MVP of the match. So, JJ-kun, I know that's a lot to take in, and you were basically rapping throughout the course of the battle, so of course we gotta peel it back for a little bit to dissect what really happened, because before that Zapdos, basically they're just 1 point apart, and well,
it was very scary. It was very scary, especially into the side of Team Padawan, because, honestly, you know, yeah, in the early game of game number 3, at the very least, you know, like Team Padawan, they weren't playing as they were in game number 2. They weren't as aggressive. They were getting punished, and they weren't able to get their standing, their ground, essentially in game number 3. But for some reason, in the mid game, for Team Padawan, well, you saw how Isabel went online, you know, and essentially ate everyone up. And again, that's one of the biggest issues here that they can't. Team Attack cannot have that. Essentially, getting and allowing that Dragonite to get fed. And once we saw what happens if you get the Dragonite by Isabel, of Isabel rather, to get fed. Everything gets demolished.
I guess there's also a multi-layer approach as well. You can't just, as Team Attack, you can't just focus on Isabel because there's also the Talonflame to be worried about.
Pokemon. They're former members.
And I just love the appeal coming in from the Wigglytuff as well, coming into those sort of dire scenarios and those sort of setup. It's basically a culmination of everything put all together, which was the way that, of course, that synergy that they had that brought them that sort of advantage. So, of course, let's speak to them later on. But, of course, first and foremost, let's take a look at the highlights once again, JJ Kun. On the early game approach, Attack has been able to score, especially from the top side. But once they managed to get those levels up, the focus was always on the Dreadnought Padayon managing to not only score, but took many of these Pokemon down in that battle. And I think this is where they started that sort of pile up onto that bottom post.
Right, and let's not dismiss the other members of a Team Padayon as well. If it wasn't for their teammates, especially Claire, we have Miho here as well. If it wasn't for the other members of Padayon, I don't think Isabel would have been able to, go online like that. Especially with Kat here trying to enable this Dragonite all the time, getting all the CCs with the help of the Sing as well from that of the Wigglytuff. Everyone is just doing their roles, just doing their job, and essentially just giving the path, giving the bridge to Isabel to essentially eat everyone into the side of Team Attack. And from there, it actually worked out pretty well for them. Might have not been able to work on game number 1, but at the very least, as I mentioned, it looks like they were just using game number 1 as a form of a warm-up, going against Team Attack.
Yeah, and I believe that other than this Zapdos that was acquired, we saw Team Attack's approach went towards the top side, but it didn't really benefit them all too much. And of course, we congratulate Padayon for winning this best of 3 series. Now, of course, we like to speak to Isabel for this moment. That was intense. And congratulations,
oh my
Isabel.
Goodness. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Isabel, I have a question.
Yeah?
And this is I'll be saying this question first in Filipino and then second in English.
Sure.
The question is, ba't ang galing mo? Why are you good with Dragonite?
Wow.
Tamang sagutin. I'll answer first in Tagalog and then in English.
Alright,
Syempre,
sure.
practice. Puyatan gaming talaga po. And it was a sleepless nights for all of my members.
Wow.
We all
Nice.
slept really late just to practice and to make sure that we are united while we play Pokemon Unite.
That's dedication right there.
Interesting. Definitely. Concha, any questions for Isabel to congratulate them for the win?
Well, of course, we saw a lot of great teamwork that all of you put up here on Padayon. So, is there any sort of surprises that we should be seeing in the upper brackets later on? Or are you guys going to stick to the usual and let the hard work do the talking?
I don't know. I feel like if I give things away, the other groups might listen and
Okay, okay. That's fair, that's
Hey,
fair.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, it is a competition after all, Contra. It is a competition after all.
Okay.
Yeah, it
We'll just wait for the secret sauce later on, I guess. So, of course, we don't want to hold you back for too much. So, we, of course, thank you for displaying some great games coming in for that
Thank
series,
you.
and all the best for your upcoming battle up in the upper brackets.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Always welcome, and well, JJ Kun. Seems like my prediction went perfect on this one with a 2-1
It
record.
did. It actually did.
And yeah, we're always happy to be able to speak to Isabel. And thanks for also teaching me a little bit of Tagalog. I appreciate that.
Of course, anytime, man. But let's put it aside for a little bit, as we're gonna be seeing the upcoming match. After this one is going to be Yummy Remote versus Team Padayan. Both of these teams were the ones who won their game into the upper bracket. So these two teams are those who's going to be proceeding into the next one. But for now, before we head into that, we'll be having a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. We've just had a fantastic series and we already are down to our first 2 upper bracket finalists. JJ-kun, I know that your girls, they made it. Padayon, fantastic performance. I have to say, super impressed with how they played, but it's time to see how they're going to fare against Yummy Remote.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how Yummy Remote actually played out earlier. They got a 2-0 and quite convincingly as well. You know, it was like watching, say, a high-level competitive match. So I really have to see how Padayon is going to be going to fare against Yummy Remote. But still, I'll have to put my hopes and my fate into our girls here, Team Padayon. This is gonna be this is still gonna be my prediction here, my play here. But I think they're gonna be giving Yummy Remote a hard time into getting that playoff slot.
Yeah, and if anything, I have to say, big props to Isabel. Her Dragonite. Okay, I know Dragonite is.
It was good, right?
Pretty strong, pretty strong all-rounder. But her performance on the Dragonite was just phenomenal, right? Like she was constantly moving around the map. She was grabbing those knockouts for her team. She was scoring goals. She was a real menace. And I'm wondering, okay. So I'm cheering for Yummy Remote, as you can see on the screen. I've actually decided to go 2-1 because I think we're going to be looking at 3 games. Both of these teams are looking fantastic already. So I'm going to give props to both teams to be able to take a game off of each other. I'm saying Yummy Remote. You're saying Padayon. I think the explanation is pretty simple, right? It's like, Padayon, MNL48, yeah.
Daddy, don't expose me like this. Don't expose me like this. Please. We'll talk about it at backstage, but like for now, we're gonna keep quiet. We're gonna keep quiet about it,
Okay. All right. So things that we're not going to keep quiet about. All right. So we're going to be jumping into the game in just a minute. Both of these teams, they've played their games, they warmed up. I will say Padayon probably a little better warmed up, right? Because it's much easier to play games, or at least Pokemon Unite just back to back, right? You're warmed up, your fingers are ready, your brain is pumping, and especially adrenaline. It's a very strong chemical when it comes to playing these really fast action games. So I'm kind of curious to see what kind of changes are we going to be seeing in the grand final, because yesterday, right, we saw the only change of the day, as in new Pokemon appearing, and I'm wondering for this grand final, for the upper bracket anyway, not grand final, upper bracket final, are we going to see new Pokemon pop up for these teams?
Hopefully we do get to see that, Danley, because if not, well, I mean, they're still going to be able to give us, quite a match, but it would be really interesting to see a different kind of Pokemon, going into this game. But I think the timer is now out, has ran down, and we're going to be getting into the game. Generally, are there any Pokemon that you would like to see? I would like, honestly, for Team Padayon, I think they are working out pretty well. But like for Yummy Remote, do you think they should change any Pokemon going against Padayon?
I mean, looking at Yummy Remote's Pokemon, not really, right? I mean, their composition looks good. I'm always going to be a big fan of that Swinub, which we're going to be seeing Kate play again. And so far, both teams playing the same Pokemon. Yeah, so for Yummy Remote, we're going to be looking at a Mamoswine, a Sylveon, a Alola Ninetales, a Wigglytuff, and finally a Talonflame.
Yeah, and of course, into the side of Padayon, of course, we're going to be having the Dragonite, we have the Wigglytuff, we have the Blue Sweet, the Serena, and, Cat with the Talonflame, and the Squirtle Blastoise as well, into that on the top lane. But as you said, this is the very dangerous Swine over here, going into the Mamoswine, just because of the fact that, you saw how much crowd control this...
yes.
Basically, this Mamoswine actually helped out, to their opponents, and we're definitely seeing that once again going against Team Padayon. Now the question is here, would Isabel be able to go online like they did against Attack going against Yummy Remote? Because if they can, then I guess they have a really good fighting chance against Team Yummy Remote, despite having a lot of CC against Yummy Remote. Of course, with the Wigglytuff, we have the Alola Ninetales and the Piloswine, the Mamoswine rather. But if not, if they're going to be backing up a lot here, they're going to be punished by Yummy Remote.
Yeah, it looks like Claire, she did try and get away with the eject button, and it looks like it's going to be successful. They don't have the lockdown there on Yummy Remote, so the aggression on Padayon is going to be left uncontested, and so far bottom lane not looking too bad. I mean, I don't see Isabel being stopped, right? I mean, we're not seeing any sort of jungle invade on the side of Yummy Remote. Both of these junglers, they're more focused on trying to secure their lanes rather than trying to harass the other jungler. I've seen in some situations where teams will actually, I think this is only really applicable to certain Pokemon, but the Pokemon that I saw prevalently doing this was Greedent, right? And so teams will pick up a Greedent, but rather than going into the lane or the jungle, this Greedent will actually rush to the enemy jungle and contest the enemy jungler to slow them down from getting all of their early game experience. And it even stops them from pressuring those side lanes, right? Because it's constantly having to deal with this really, really pesky Greedent. Obviously, none of the teams we've seen so far are playing the Greedent. Teams are prioritizing other defenders, but I would love to see one of these teams maybe try and execute that strat. But speaking of strats, we're seeing some Pokemon knocked out, and Yummy Remote, they've got some very low Pokemon. Isabel trying to do a lot of work. She will just get away with the Dragon Dance. I literally, on the edge.
I like what Cat did. I like what Cat did because it wasn't for the response here. It wasn't for Cat getting into that team fight. Isabel wouldn't be able to get away. So
Yeah,
I really commend her for supporting that.
Yeah, great stuff so far from these teams, but Yummy Remote is still going to be sticking with their guns from their first series. They really love to have this Ninetales Mammothswine lane, right? Like, it's a strong lane, and what's Waterwater going to do? Waterwater isn't really going to be able to do anything. Isabel, nice steal there onto the Dreadnought. Not really a steal, but taking herself with that Hyper Beam, and I think this goal is going down, JJ.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's a lot of Pokemon here from the side of Padayon, and at the very least, you know, what Padayon is. Oh, wow. Yummy Remote actually giving out the Dreadnought is actually the best option for them, just because of the fact that they know for a fact that they, they have a lead in terms of XP. That even if Padayon would get Dreadnought, it doesn't really matter because it's just going to put them on the equal footing in terms of XP. And look at that, they're going to be able to take down this Piloswine, which is one of the scariest Pokemon inside of the Yummy Remote. They're going to be able to score in better the top lane as well, perhaps destroying the score goal, but not okay. Never mind, not going to be quite enough. But Alone Knights is not going to be able to do anything at all as it is alone. It's going to be 3v1. Never mind. I'm eating my words as it happens.
Yeah. Alone Ninetales, she's a bit of a scary one, but because everyone in Padayon rotated into that top lane, this actually left this bottom lane exposed. So Yummy Remote, they did try and pressure out on that Serena. They won't be able to knock her out completely, but I want to know what the plan is moving forward now, right? Because Yummy Remote, they dedicate a lot of resources to trying to maximize Mammothswine so that he evolves as soon as possible, because this is one of the latest evolving Pokemon. Super high impact in the right hands, and oh man, Hydro Typhoon, they even pull back Kate. They really want this Piloswine.
Look at this right now. The scores is not that it's not that far from each other. There's only 182 to 126. It can easily be, you know, caught up by either team, well, Padayon in this case. But what they're fighting for here is the XP. Both of the teams, both of the Pokemon, both of the sides here, you know, have equal equal XPs rather, levels for themselves, you know. But what's going to be the difference here is that Yummy Remote has more crowd control, whereas Padayon has more attacks. There's only the Blastoise with the Surf, and of course the Pickup with the Sing, and of course Flame Sweep coming in from that of the Sound Plane. But if they are caught by that of the Ice Fang, the Avalanche, the Blizzard coming from the Alolan Ninetales, there goes the Sings as well. You know, that's essentially free damage for Sylveon and Sound Plane on the side of the other.
They even commit Kate's Unite move to grab that, and they will be able to get that Rotom in the process. So now Padayon, they're down 2 Pokemon. Isabel's trying to run away because look at Jane, super aggressive on that Talonflame. Now the question is, are they going to be able to get the get the Rotom onto the goal? And it looks like it is going to be successful. Now if Kate actually pushes those Pokemon back, Rotom should have been able to go on the goal. Yeah, but they weren't able to get the pushback, and now the response here from Padayon, it's going to be there. Rotom will be denied the opportunity to jump onto that goal, and that really really sucks for Yummy Remote because if the Rotom got on there, they would have gotten those free points.
Wow, did you see what happened with Kate with the Mamoswine? Essentially Kate got ignored. Actually inside the speed reflux zone of Padayon, got ignored and was able to, basically get home. Recalled back to the base without any problems. I think they would have been Padayon. That would have been like a huge opportunity for Padayon to say leave one to take out the Rotom and of course punish Kate for going back in their own base. But look at this, what's happening right there at the bottom lane. We're seeing some takeouts here. There goes a flame, which is going to be used here by the Talon Flame, but Isabel needs to get away. They can't risk Isabel going down because this is one of the highest damage dealer in the side of Padayon, but it looks like that's going to be 3 down for Team Padayon. At the very least, Padayon is making sure that Yummy Remote won't be able to score back against Padayon until their teammates are back and respond. But let's find out if they're going to be Catfish to be able to steal down this Dreadnought, because if they can, it would mean
they
a
need
lot.
to hurry.
Like that fly is a little bit, too early. The flames a little bit too early as well. But there goes the Sting as well, coming in from that of the Wigglytuff, and they're going to be able to punish. That's going to be 2 down into the side of Yummy Remote, and there goes Namsai going to try to get away. Is she going to be able to get away? There's going to be 2v1 situation. Huge damage coming in from Cat, but just like that, they're going to be able to secure this Dreadnought as well away from Yummy Remote. Now they have the advantage going over into this boss pit. Let's find out if they're going to be able to take this or if Yummy Remote is going to be able to steal this away from Padayon.
Can they get the seal off? Say the Mammoth one is that the pushback from right? They're going to be able to get it.
Isabel! Isabel!
Now both teams are just going to
Oh
trade.
my goodness!
Both teams are
Oh
trying
my
to trade.
goodness! This is I
can't
can't remove the smile on my face. I can't remove the smile on my face. Honestly, like that was so good. That was
timing.
That's one thing. That's one thing that I honestly what they're doing, what Padaion's doing. I don't like that they are the moment that Zapdos comes up, they immediately go to the Zapdos without checking the environment, whether their opponents are outside, waiting for them to get in. So that's something I really don't like. But of course, with the help of the Hyper Beam, to secure the objectives, at the very least that helps them out because but like what they're doing is very risky as well.
It is very risky because you don't have information on your surroundings. Now all Padayon need to do, right, just defend their goals. There is literally nothing stopping them from taking this game, and with a 400, basically 350 point advantage, I don't really see this game being able to go back in the way of Yummy Remote. But fantastic play. I'm quite surprised that Yummy Remote weren't able to secure the Zapdos themselves, right? Because I think we talked about this a little bit earlier. They have a lot of crowd control. You've got your Alolan Ninetales, who's got a lot of shoving capabilities. You have Kate with the pushback as well. You've got this, I believe this is a Sweet Wigglytuff on the side of your remote. And look at this! Oh my gosh, Isabel just gets another point. She's just like, alright.
Just... What is this? What is this? What are we watching? This is the Isabel show, guys. Welcome to the Isabel show.
You lose.
Oh goodness! But
my goodness, that's so good.
Such a strong showing coming out from Padayon. So Yummy Remote. Okay, if you're Yummy Remote, you do need to be concerned because I think composition-wise, the composition's fine. It's just now it's gonna have to come down to execution of their composition leading into Zapdos, because I feel like a small mistake that Yummy Remote probably did was they literally gave away 2 Dreadnoughts away to Padayon. And Padayon's lineup is very experience dependent.
XP heavy. Yeah.
You have Serena, you have Dragonite, you got 2 Pokemon that need those early game levels, whereas it's only really Kate on the side of Yummy Remote. They have a lot of Pokemon that peak very early and even into the mid game. So I feel like they need to respect that Dreadnought, especially the early Dreadnoughts. I feel like the early Dreadnoughts are the most important. The first one, absolutely your first most important Dreadnought. The second one, it's like, it's not so bad. And then the last Dreadnought, that's basically the catch-up Dreadnought. Like, you don't care about that one unless you've given away Dreadnoughts. So I'm quite surprised that they didn't really want to fight early on to try and secure that Dreadnought. Instead, focusing on that Rotom, because when did Kate and apologies, but I forgot who played the Alola Ninetales, but that pairing were in the top lane forever.
That was great. That was great.
Yeah, I mean it's a strong duo, but after the lanes, right? What's the plan with that combination?
Right, that's actually true as well. You know, like the Alola Ninetales at times is missing on the team fights. It wasn't able to really help out on the crowd controlling in team fights. You know, going against Team Padayon. But at the very least, you know, let's hope that we're going to be seeing that combination, or at least more action from the Alola Ninetales, of course, going into game number 2. But, you know, I'd like to just point out what happened, that you mentioned, Danny, from what happened earlier. You know, as I mentioned, it was quite a logical decision for Yami Remote to just ignore the Dreadnought, just give it away to Padayon, you know, since they have the upper hand in terms of XP anyway, right? So that's really logical for them to do, so that they can just like increase or widen the gap rather in terms of points. But I do like what you said as well, that you pointed out that I saw earlier, but like I just now like fully realized as well that there's 4 Pokemon into the side of Team Padayon that needs enormous amount of XP to, you know, go online compared to what Yami Remote has had, you know, for their lineup, which doesn't really need that as much. So the I guess more logical thing to do for Yami Remote is to not basically deny Padayon of any XP, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I even forgot to mention, you got Blastoise, and we've seen yesterday, right, what happens to a Blastoise that doesn't evolve until very late into the game. It's a very, very difficult Pokemon to maneuver when you're underleveled. So, Yami Remote, they've got 50 seconds to sort of think about what they want to do. Maybe we're looking at some changes in their lineup, which personally, I don't think their lineup is that bad. I love the combination up top, the Swinub and Alola Ninetales. You've got a very strong laning combination there. Talonflame, solid jungler. We've seen lots of Talonflame plays. Even bottom lane is not problematic. It's Sylveon and Wigglytuff, I believe. That's their bottom lane combo, which again, early peaking Pokemon that should be pressuring. But overall, I would love to see some more priority onto that Dreadnought, I feel. The Dreadnought is absolutely crucial for Padayon's lineup.
Yeah, for Team Yami Remote, definitely that is something that they have to do. They have to adjust against Padayon, because if they're going to be, you know, securing the Rotom over the Dreadnought, then they're basically enabling the team of Team Padayon here. And I do understand as well that, you know, again, this is a game where points matter the most, sure, but as I mentioned earlier with Contra, it's that the points can be, you know, you can return the favor in terms of points later on in the game, but the XP, that is something that you cannot get if you already gave it away.
Absolutely. So we're going to jump into our second game of this series. Padayon already leading with a point advantage. All they need to do now is to win one more game, and they're going to the playoffs later on this month. Let's see what happens here. We've got the same combination here coming out from Yami Remote, the very scary Swinub and Alolan Vulpix. And look at this, right? Kat, she's at the mercy of this Swinub. She's just like, I want to get out of here, but no. Just gets bopped to death by probably the cutest little chocolate button I've ever seen.
You know, some people tell me that Swinub looks like a tick, a dog's tick in the game. I wasn't, you know what? I wasn't really sure as well whether that's funny or that was just sad. But you know, for all we know, you know, at the end of the day, Swinub is still cute when it's still Swinub, and Miles Swinub and Among Us in the game. But like, hey, before we head into that, we're gonna be seeing some action here. Then at the bottom lane, we're gonna see a lot of support here coming from Claire with the Sing, and it looks like there it goes, Kaimuk as well. Kaimuk with that sleeping skin, sleeping go to bed skin, now goes back to the base to fall down, and Isabel is just getting enabled once again by Team Yami Remote. They're giving everything to Isabel. Now at level 6.
They really want Isabel. Jane really wants Isabel. She was gunning for her, but they're gonna focus on this point instead. I'm really unfortunate for Yummy Remote, right? Because even in the last game, there have been so many situations where Isabel just gets away on a sliver of health. If they just have that Pokemon that could jump into the backlines and snap her up for that EXP and knockout, I think things could be so much more different in this matchup. Now, mind you, we've got one minor change here. Alolan Ninetales has shifted into that bottom lane, so I think Janice is actually going to give her teammates some assistance from this pressure that's been coming out.
It's going to be a 1-1 tree as well. Right, it's going to be a 1-1 tree rotation as well compared to earlier, which was 2-1-2, you know, for the side of the remote. So definitely there's going to be more aggression here from the side of the remote going to the bottom lane. But it doesn't matter for Padayon, as they're going to be able to take down the Alolan Ninetales. Kaimo trying to get away as well, but you're not going nowhere, as Claire is going to be able to take that one as well. No, make that 2 going down. That's going to be 3, and it looks like Jane here is trying to respond here into that at the bottom lane. They're going to be able to take down Claire. Never mind, they're going to be able to take it down as the Hyper Beam shouts towards that tunnel flame. I'm happy.
Oh my goodness, with so many Pokemon down that bottom lane, and Padayon still are able to crush through them. And this is such a scary moment as well, because Isabel is fully evolved. Once you fully evolve as Dragonite, you are in peak performance condition, right? Like, this is the scariest time to go up against Dragonite. So Isabel, all eyes on her, because she's going to do some major damage at this Dreadnought fight.
Oh my goodness. Again, Claire, you know, definitely helping out a lot in terms of CCing, you know, crowd controlling the opponents. And then there goes the damage coming from Isabel, and additional follow-up damage coming in from Cat with the Talon Flame. And of course, Gem as well, you know, for a single targeted attack of the Unite. It was just... Their team is just, it's beautiful, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're all helping out each other, they're complementing each other. There we go, that's the word I'm looking for. They're really complementing each other.
Oh, absolutely. And I feel so bad for Alolan Ninetales too, because she's actually shifted into that bottom lane to try and steal the Dreadnought away, but she goes down as well, so that's going to be another injection of experience into Padayon. And look at this, Kate just gets crushed by Kath as Rotom has spawned, and now both teams are trying to contest for that Rotom spawn.
Right, but they're going to be having a hard time once again. There goes the serve coming from Miho. Definitely going to do a lot of CCs here and pushing them back away. And there goes a flame sweep coming in from that of the Sound Flame once again. But are they going to be able to answer back into the Yami remote? I don't think they're going to be able to. They need to take the Citrus Berry right now if they want to heal themselves up and perhaps take the Rotom as well. There goes the Starlight Recital coming in from that of the Wigglytuff, but they're not going to be able to steal away the Rotom away from Yami remote. And here comes another team fight. They're going to be able to take down Cat into that top lane, but Isabel doesn't like what happened and is going to try to take some vengeance into the team of Yami remote. But they're the ones that's going to get punished for this, and I think they have to give up the top lane right now, because you know, it's either you give up the top lane or any lane for that matter. You know, I guess in this case, top lane, and you don't want to give XP to the opposing team. Just, you know, if you can't defend it, just give it away.
Oh no, they even used the Hydro Typo. Miho was trying to cancel the scores, but it's going to be a wasted Unite move, unfortunately. Oh man, big win there for Yummy Remote, but 145 points. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a battle here between Kate and Miho. Miho just wants to score those 40 points. She's got her score. She's going to get it. Like, there's nothing Kate can do there. But damn, what we have a skirmish.
You know, this is the battle of the defenders. This is the battle of the defenders. And if you're going to be winning one, well, I have to take my own W as well.
Speaking of a W, who's going to get the W down bottom? Because remember, Dreadnought has spawned, and this is going to go all the way for Padayon if it continues like this. Look at this. There are so many Pokemon from Padayon. And then for Yummy Remote,
they can secure the Dreadnought as well.
What can you do, though? Because here's the thing, right? Something Padayon does that I really like that Yummy Remote thus far haven't been able to do is group up for these major objectives. I'm always seeing Kate on the other side of the map. Yes, she's farming. Yes, she's leveling up, but you're a defender. At some point, you need to join your team to take these major objectives, and Dreadnought is one of them.
Right.
So again, we've got two Dreadnoughts.
This is what we're talking about. Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. You know, like, we wanted to see Alolan Ninetales take part more into team fights, but To what cost? To the Mamoswine not
Yeah.
joining the team fights, which is
Well,
quite
that's
an
the thing,
unfortunate thing to happen. And we were, yeah.
Hang on, we gotta watch this Rotom fight first. Like, who gets this Rotom? If it doesn't go in the way of Yummy Remote, I don't know what to say. Alright, so Yummy Remote, they get the Rotom. Here's the thing that really concerns me. It's that you've got such a big team fight Pokemon in Mamoswine, but this Pokemon isn't joining in these fights for you. This Pokemon can be so influential in locking down those really tough to get targets, Dragonite. If you are able to lock down that Dragonite, they've got damage for days. Damage isn't an issue for Yummy Remote. It's being able to control those crucial Pokemon. If there's two Pokemon that you want to catch on the side of Padayon, it's either the Dragonite or the Talonflame. Because the Talonflame also does a sizable amount of damage, but the issue is they can't lock them down. Like, Isabelle's just flying around throwing Hyper Beams from the edge of the team fight. And then you've got Talonflame just zipping in with those flies. How do you control this if your Mamoswine isn't there? You only have C. Alola Ninetales, she's not running Dazzling Gleam, she's not running Aurora Veil. Like, these are abilities that would have also actually provided the team extra disable. Now, the thing is, can they punish Isabelle?
They have to, because if they can't punish Isabelle here, then they're going to have a hard time against the Zapdos. But look at that, it looks like the Ditto Talonflame is going to go down. Cat is going to be able to take down that Talonflame into the side of Yummy Remote. Now they have to, Isabelle is running low in terms of HP. Let's find out if they're going to be able to take, very amazing Hydro Typhoon with the Body Barrier as well. And they're going to be able to take the Zapdos. I think it is in the bag here for Team Padayon. All they have to do right now is Sulong to that score goal. My goodness.
I think that's gonna be it there. It's just, again, Padayon, such a dominant team. And you can just see from their overall playstyle that the coordination is top tier. The Pokemon that they play,
different, right?
It's different, but it's nice. They haven't picked a lineup that has too many glaring... The biggest glaring flaw with Padayon's lineup would be if they can't secure Dreadnought. But Dreadnought is their major enabling factor. So once you've gotten that experience on Isabelle or whoever, if anything, I'd say Isabelle is the big game changer for the team. But as long as Isabelle can guarantee that she comes online, the team's fine. You've got your early game damage dealer. So Serena can slowly come in. The Blastoise can slowly come in.
And that is what they're doing, you know. They always ensure that Isabelle, of course, being a jungler, is going to be able to get more XP than their teammates. They essentially make sure that Isabelle is, could go online quick, and so from then, just like you mentioned, the other Pokemon can just like follow up from Isabelle. And for now, oh my goodness, like I'd have to say, like Yummy Remote definitely has the better composition. Team composition, I'd have to say. The team composition of their roster, you have the Mamoswine, the Sylveon, the Alola Ninetales, the Wigglytuff, and the Talonflame. But it wasn't enough for the coordination and the synergy of Team Padayon with their team, with their lineup. There's, as you mentioned, Team Padayon has so much of a weakness. That is that they need so much of an XP to go online. But with their synergy going against Team Yummy Remote, it wasn't a problem for them. And for that, they are now the first ones to qualify for the playoffs on January 16 for Group B.
So far, it seems like almost all the 48 teams, they have a team representing them going into the playoffs, right? Like, we've got the cream of the crop. It's just the only team left that needs a representative, it's JKT48, right? And it's now down to Valkyries. Valkyries, they got to play their hearts out, they got to defend their title, but it's going to be tough though, because the teams in the lower bracket, they're strong as well.
Yeah, and for now, I really like to see them, try to get back up, coming in from the lower bracket. But, Valkyrie, I think they have something that they're still keeping, and they're just waiting for it to, waiting for the right time to unleash that,
Yeah, it seems like the saving strats. Like, you gotta have some strats left over, right? Like, you gotta keep something. So, we'll see later on what happens with them, but let's just watch these highlights very quickly before we jump on into an interview with Padayon. The girls are going to be so happy with their victory. They played their hearts out and they deserve it. I love the way that they play. It's very team-centric. You've got multiple strats you can play when you play Pokemon Unite. You can play a very roam-heavy playstyle where you grab little pickoffs everywhere, or you can play a very team fight-centric lineup, which you can see, right? Padayon, they're always grouping up and utilizing all of their skills. And I don't think there's ever really been a situation where they're not correctly stacking their stuns. They're not correctly targeting those Pokemon, because I feel like such a small thing such as having the team not focus on a single Pokemon can completely ruin a team fight.
Right, and at the same time, I would like to also point out that Padayon, they never really go to a team fight alone. They're always, they're always duos, perhaps going trios, in a team fight, but they're never alone, which is something I really like that we don't see a lot in, with the other groups.
Absolutely. So I believe this is going to be our final highlight before we jump into our interview here with Isabel. Isabel, welcome back to the stream. Congratulations,
Hello.
your team did so well.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy. And of course, the girls are also so happy. Qualified! Oh my gosh! I'm so happy.
All right, take your time. Come on, celebrate, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm just really happy. I'm so
It's okay.
happy.
Let it out,
Take
let
your
it out.
time. You deserve it. You deserve it. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, let's just give Isabel a little bit of time here. They deserve this. They're the first one to get into the playoffs for Group B.
So JJ, do you have any questions that you would like to ask Isabel? Because I think we're going to ask her some secrets about her Dragonite, right? Like, we're going to ask her how does she handle Dragonite so well?
Yeah, that's actually like earlier on we asked Isabel, right? Me, Contra, and I.
Yes?
And Isabel didn't want to answer Contra for like the secrets of their strategy because the other sister groups might be listening to them. But like now that you are part of the playoffs, perhaps you can share us some of your secrets.
Okay. I guess I'll let in one little secret.
Oh.
The game is called Pokemon UNITE itself, and Pokemon UNITE, you have to be united with your teammates. If you're not united with your teammates, you'll immediately lose. Being united with one another, you'll definitely carry each other. And look, we carried each other to qualifier! Oh my gosh! I'm so happy!
That was a really great answer. Not gonna lie, Danny. That was a really great answer.
The tip was in the game name the whole time. I didn't know.
And yeah, I guess just one more question because before we let you off the hook, Isabel, I'll just be asking the same question that I asked you earlier with Contra and I. Ba't ang galing mo? What happened? Why were you so good?
Oh! Honestly speaking, if I were to tell the story of Padayon, my members are not gamers. When my members were given to me, I felt sad and devastated, honestly, because I was like, oh shucks, none of my members play. As in any game, nothing. So I had to take the initiative to teach them the basics and everything, and one-on-one, sleepless nights. And I'm so thankful and grateful for my teammates because they cooperated. Because we have school and we're an idol group, so we sing and dance, and we have school and family stuff. But they still find a way to meet up for practice every time, and I'm so grateful for them. I'm so grateful for their cooperation. I'm so grateful for Padayon.
We can definitely feel that gratefulness.
Wait,
Okay.
hang on. I'm very interested about this story now. So you're basically your teammates, right? They've never played any games before. I have to ask you, how long did it take for you to train them to be as good as they are now, right? Like, was it a long process or a slow one?
Well, for starters, some of my members play different games, of course, but they're not, they don't
Mhm.
actually play aggressively. They play for fun. So,
Mhm.
it's okay if they lose, but to me, I'm like, no, we have to aim to win. Of course, we have to have fun, but, the goal is set.
Right.
We have to have a goal. So, it takes a lot of love, patience, and kindness, and again, unity. I swear, if Padayon is not united, we wouldn't win at all. I'm so grateful for my team members. Oh my gosh.
And yeah, once again, Isabel, congratulations, and thank you very
so
much for playing here. And you're gonna be the first one to get in on the playoffs on Group B, and we'll see you on January 15th. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
I'll see you there. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you. All right, so that's going to be the conclusion of our upper bracket final, but that's not it, ladies and gentlemen. We still need one more team to make it through to the playoffs. That's going to be happening on the 16th of February. Please put that in your brain, okay? That's the next date, the playoffs. All the best teams are going to be playing for the title
January.
of champion.
Sorry, I just
Sorry, January.
January.
I don't know why I keep thinking February because February is my birth month, okay?
I just realized as well.
Jan. Okay. Anyways, January 16th. Anyways, we'll talk about that a little bit later because our upcoming matchup, it's going to be Valkyries48 going up against Team Attack. Now, the winner of this is going to go and play in the lower bracket finals. JJ-kun, any final words before we go for a break?
Well, you know what? Good luck to Valkyrie48 and Team Attack. They are really great players, really great teams. And for now, let's have a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this one.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. We're now down in the lower bracket as we have already crowned one of our first winners of Group B. So we're down to our final slot for the playoffs, and this time I'm going to be joined by the wonderful Contra. Welcome back to the stream, dude. How you doing?
Well, I'm doing well, and I've been watching some of the match, and well, I definitely felt the joy where we had that beautiful interview. And of course, we congratulate Team Padayon, who's been able to make it through by scoring 2-0 against Yummy Remote in that past round. So you were casting that match. That was pretty fun, ain't it?
Oh, it was fun, but also just watching Padayon play, it's just such an impressive team. I'm really looking forward to seeing these girls play in the playoffs later on this month. But I think for now, we've gushed over Padayon enough, right? Like those girls, they've gotten a lot of love from both me and JJ-kun. We do need to go and talk about our next matchup that's going to be happening. So before we do that, very quickly for our Group B brackets, if you weren't able to tune into the broadcast, our first game of the day, we had Yummy Remote going up against AKB48. Yummy Remote were able to get a 2-0 in that series. Our second series in the upper bracket was Padayon going up against Attack, and that ended in a 2-1 victory for Padayon. And then finally, the match that we just witnessed, the upper bracket final, Yummy Remote versus Padayon, with Padayon ending in 2-0 fashion. And now we are down in the lower bracket, this time with AKB48, the last remaining survivor for JKT48, because so far, there's a trend happening, okay? Every group so far has a representative going off into the playoffs, and the only one left that doesn't have a representative is JKT48. So it's now down to Valkyrie. I'm putting my hopes into Valkyrie. I feel like these girls, they're going to be thinking, all right, we've got to play our absolute best. So I'm going 2-0, you know, against Attack. I've got to put my heart in there and give them my support.
Yeah, and of course, I've been witnessing the way that Team Attack has been playing. Though, you know, they looked pretty nervous when they were facing off against the upper bracket champions earlier. So, of course, with that sort of performance, I do think that Team Attack does have something to offer. And I don't mean to, of course, rain on your parade, but this is going to be a close one still. And this might be in favor of course, Team Attack 2-1.
Yeah, just pop my bubble. It's fine. You know, no one cares about my bubble. Anyways, all right. So it looks like the game is just about ready to begin. So let's jump into the game, because I know everyone is looking forward to it. After this series, we do have one more best of 3, and it's going to be our lower bracket final. Winner of this series is going to be going up against our loser of the last game. Not really loser, but very, very tough team indeed.
Indeed, and you know, like, we've seen all sorts of Pokemon for today, and we've seen, you know, even things that were played from day one being introduced for today, like something that was, of course, interesting was the Mamoswine. I honestly want to watch another match of Mamoswine. So, of course, let's head over to the remote stadium here on this best of 3 on the lower brackets.
Alright, so I believe... Oh, is this a different team for Team Attack? I don't remember seeing the Bulbasaur. I'm not sure if I'm tripping. I feel like this was an Eevee last time.
Well, I guess from my recollection of thoughts, I believe that they might have actually ran for something that's similar, because I remember the classic first generation Pokemon, both of course Blastoise as well as Venusaur by the end of that round. So I guess they're sticking to something that's pretty familiar to them as Team Attack. They usually send both the Bulbasaur as well as the Squirtle to work along in tandem on that top lane. But as we take a look at what's going on, it seems like the Talonflame, first evolution, second evolution, mind you, first, have gotten quite a significant lead when it comes down to the EXP. Maybe they could possibly push some of all these slight leads against what Team Attack is currently doing, because they're sharing a whole lot of EXP, and Latin just have to work it out, going 2 versus 1 up here, and that's where Izurina is just going to be chiming in as well as they take on the best people.
They gotta be very careful in this top lane because Bulbasaur and Squirtle as a combination, these two Pokemon are not too scary, whereas Crustle, not only is Crustle an incredibly tanky Pokemon, but Sylveon can do a lot of damage. And as you can see already, right, Cindy just chipping away at these poor little starting evolutions. Now, mind you, Absol has come in to save the day, but are we going to see anything from Absol? Looks like Sita is going to try and do some damage onto Marsha, now onto the Sylveon, actually forcing out an eject button, and that's basically going to be it. No return knockouts, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I like how they also have a little bit more of that priority. Once you get that pick off and once you score, there's nothing else better but to, of course, pull back and respect the territory of Team Attack. Now that they have 3 members who are still lurking on the bot side from each side, this is going to be a little bit of a skirmish going on, flying going through, and Jin is going to do significant damage to Nini. Just got to get those berries back in, and looks like we got more scores coming in from Valkyrie.
Oh, looks like it's going to be a very easy lane in that top lane. That Sylveon Crustle combination, very, very strong, going up against just a simple Bulbasaur. And actually, Latin has rotated to the bottom lane to try and assist her teammates. Now, is this going to be Attack's turn to shine, to turn this aggression back onto Valkyrie? No knockouts in the process. They still have 4 Pokemon down here, but Dreadnought is spawning. And at the moment, they have a numbers advantage, so they might be able to secure this Dreadnought for themselves.
They're just enjoying their time over the top portion of the map and immediately working on the Rotom while they will exchange objectives here with Dreadnought being attempted. But look at Valkyrie. They're basically taking on both of the goals at the same time, and that adds up to 145. And my, oh my, the Rotom's coming in as well. Attack struggling to keep themselves at this rapid pace where Valkyrie's just scoring and scoring, and they just pile on all the points together with that Eos energy being stacked. So we carry on with a little bit of the offense. Nini managing to get themselves another goal attempt, and that's where they find themselves
Sita.
a Serena lead to that.
Sita, you want to get out of there, Sita. Actually going to go for the turn onto Marsha. Oh, just getting crushed and sent back to base. Some things happen, you know. I think there may be a bit of a jump scare there for Sita. Oh goodness, what is this giant cake doing here? It's alright, cakes are sweet and delicious. But so far I'm a little bit worried here for Attack because their main damage dealer in the Venusaur is only level 7. And this is your main source of damage outside of the Absol. Hopefully they're going to get some levels in, but so far it's just not looking good for Attack. Bottom lane, again, they're just overwhelmed. Everyone's actually piling on in that top lane for Attack.
Yeah, and I guess this is where they've already got just about enough information to work around with. Cindy's going to be able to defend the top goal zone, though, and Marsha being so proactive in the map, she's basically just rotating up and down and still doing what's necessary. So this Crustle so far is just scoring some high amount of points and also contributing in every single team fight. And speaking of that, we're going to have another big fight coming on.
Oh, big damage there coming in from the Absol, but we got the pushback there from Milk, but look at all of these low health Pokemon on the side of Valkyrie. Oh, the Talonflame was able to almost chip away at Jesselyn, but they weren't able to finish her off. Instead, though, looks like they tried to go for Cindy, but poor Sita now all alone on this Absol is going to be knocked out and sent back to base. Now, her teammates, they are still sitting on top of that lane. I do believe they're actually waiting for the respawn to happen, but I'm a little bit worried here for Attack because their two major Pokemon on their lineup are not fully evolved yet. They don't have a Venusaur, they don't have a Blastoise. They're still sitting on their second evolutions.
That's right, and I'm excited to see what happens here between that 1v1 of both Serenas, but Absol's going to be contributing as well. Now, Nini's just going to be shoving in, and Aden just have a sliver of health left. She'll be able to retreat back to the first goal. And, oh, here comes the challenge card for Crustle as the Dreadnought is dropping low and they manage to take down the Absol once again. Sita will not survive, but hey, here comes the Warpole trying to pull it back, but Valkyrie managing to steal away the Dreadnought.
That's going to be a nice big win there from Valkyrie, denying the experience points that Attack so desperately need to fully evolve their defender as well as their attacker. Ivysaur and finally going to be a Venusaur. Took a little bit of time, but I'm not sure if this is going to change much because there's a huge level difference between these two teams. Like, your attacker is level 9, your defender is still level 8. Although Nini in trouble here from Anin. I think she's going to go down and gets crushed by that stomp. But so far, it's looking like it's going to be a Valkyrie game. It has to come down to the Zapdos, I believe. Then there's going to be a minute left until the Zapdos spawns. I have to feel for Sita Contra, right? Like, Sita has been roaming around the map trying to go for those little solo pickoffs herself, but as a lone Absol, and you're up against some pretty tanky Pokemon on Valkyrie, not to mention all the crowd control that they have, what can you really do?
Well, she just got to make a sacrificial play. She's also doing most of the scoring, and this is where she found that opening, though, as the surf comes in, disrupting Jesslyn, but she survives, trying to hold up her cure alive. They managed to knock out the Wiggly Tough, and Latin goes in to score most of all these points that they've garnered. And well, gotta say, Sita playing an impressive run so far. Carry on with Marcia, trying to survive the chase. Oh no, and thank goodness she's got all the spells necessary to make her way out, but here comes the Zapdos though, and looks like Team Attack wants to
Where's Valkyrie? Where's Valkyrie? They're not actually at Zapdos yet. They'll slowly funnel in from the midway, but Contra, I'm a little bit worried here. If Valkyrie don't get the steal, they're actually going to just drop this game.
Oh my, to get a pick, and Sita's already out! Somebody's got to respond. Latin might need to find a way to surf into the battle. And here comes Nini, jumping right in. Milk tries to steal it as well, and she doesn't! Attack managing to land the final blow, and they acquire the Zapdos buff. But Jeanette going for the takedowns here. They manage to knock out all 4 members of Team Attack, leaving the Absol to defend the top goal. Like, it carries on with Valkyrie here, having a huge swing of attack, but the Absol's gonna be able to find a double KO.
They need to score. They are still behind. They have to score some points. Can they get the points in? It looks like they're gonna be able to get the points in. So they've got a 100-point dunk. The thing is, attack. Can they respond? Can they get any sneaky goals to try and bring this game back?
And they're coming pretty close. Though they did get the Zapdos first, they haven't had that perfect opening. It's only 1 point difference. 30 seconds though, and here we go. And double points will contribute to 402. Nini
Valkyrie
might have actually won the game.
Valkyrie
Still going on.
They might drop this game because the Venusaur is also going to be scoring 48 points. That's going to be over 90 points. Valkyrie aren't able to get the cancels off and attack with these massive last-minute scores. They're going to be able to take it. Yes, they may have actually been able to take Zapdos. The whole team was actually knocked out, but it doesn't matter. They still found the openings.
My word. What a game that was, and it could not get any closer than that. I saw that Crustle was sneaking all the way back in the very final few seconds, but those weren't enough, even with the double pointers. And Team Attack coming up on top here after that still, and even though with the Zapdos, we thought, okay, maybe this is a perfect time to shine. And, well, Valkyrie have showed up. They took 4 out, but that wasn't enough.
Oh, that was such a tough game for Valkyrie as well, because I'm going to be honest, I thought it was going to be Valkyrie's game. They looked fantastic. It was more on attack to make the comeback happen. It was so unfortunate, actually, that Valkyries weren't able to secure the Zapdos from themselves, right? Like, it got stolen. Yes, they were able to completely wipe the enemy team, but even if you wipe them, you still have to get those points in somehow. And I feel like, I'm not sure if I can call it a mistake, but they all tried to pile onto one goal, and especially when most of your Pokemon are sitting on like 50 points, it's really hard to get a complete channel off unless you wipe those Pokemon defending the goal. So I wonder if things could have been a little bit different, if they maybe spread out to try and have somebody going onto each goal. Maybe they could have snuck something in. I don't know if any of their Pokemon were holding any score shields, but especially in the late game, Pokemon holding score shields, big game changers.
Yeah, and I guess we just really have to take a little bit of rewind back to the highlights of the matches here. We saw how Valkyrie took a really good grasp of the game from the start, and what really went on to give, Attack that sort of advantage other than Zapdos.
Yeah, it really felt like it was just the fact that they were able to steal that Zapdos, because defending a team that doesn't have the Zapdos debuff, it's much easier than having to try and stop a team from scoring with the Zapdos debuff. So, I mean, look at this, right? Like, everything looked fantastic for Valkyrie. Things did go south for that bottom goal, right? Like, they had their Pokemon getting knocked out right on top of that bottom Valkyrie48 goal, and Attack were able to actually dunk a number of points in there, which actually put them ahead of Valkyrie going into Zapdos.
Yeah, and of course, this was also a really good moment for Team Attack on the offense. They managed to, of course, bring out many of all these Valkyrie members to be knocked out, and I guess that this was that golden steal that really won them the game. And though this Venusaur was struggling so much, she managed to bring it all the way from the bottom lane, sneaking her way out to score even more. And at 35 seconds left on the clock, it was only at 1 point of difference until they managed to find an opening with both the Blastoise as well as Venusaur putting the final few points in. So honestly, Emily, it could have been even closer than that if they weren't going to be focusing on, a full defense approach. Maybe just have one or two members while, like you said, going for that split attack during the very final minute, and that might have actually changed things for Valkyrie.
Yeah, so I do believe we're going to jump into our next game in just a moment. As you can see, we had the count all the way down to 0. Game 2, can Valkyrie's 48 make this comeback happen and force a game 3? Because if they're not able to win this next matchup, I think that's going to be it for them, right? Their journey to the playoff, it's going to be over. So let's jump into our second match of our second last series of the day. It is Valkyrie's 48 versus Attack, with Attack sitting on a 1-game advantage. Contra,
well,
I'm a bit worried here for Valkyrie.
Well, I gotta say I am too, and I'm becoming a fan of both sides. I mean, I've always been checking out the stuff that they do, and well, I gotta say, both of the ladies' team here are definitely showing up huge in moments that matter most, and there's no more lifeline. This isn't the upper brackets anymore. Like, Valkyrie, the last hope of JKT48, got to at least tie the series right here and now.
Yep. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it, but so far lanes are looking relatively even. We're not seeing any of these teams trying to contest for any of those wild Pokemon, so very even trade across the board. But of course, we do need to always watch out for that combination up top. The Crustle and Sylveon combination, very early peaking Pokemon, they can do a lot of damage. Marsha is very difficult to take down, as Crustle in general is just such a big, fat Pokemon. Tried to go for the score, but we're able to get the denies. And look at this free damage being done by Milk. They are slowly just starting to chip away through Marsha. Cindy's dropping low. They will get a quick score, but Milk now needs to be careful. Does she have a way to get out? She will use her little eject button, and they're going to actually take all the Combee and Vespiquen as well. Milk, really confident, but she's got to get out of there. Look at this. The opposing Talonflame almost catching her.
such a close call, and she managed to cut it away, and that eject was crucial for her survivability. Meanwhile, now that they have a little bit more of that focus up top, we're going back to the bottom, where Attack managing to land some good score, and that will be the initial 70 points secured. Valkyrie has yet to score, but they're finding their way through by taking down the Squirtle.
So again, we're just going to see another little score here. So far, Attack are doing much better this game than they were able to in that previous match, right? Like, is Arena having a much better laning stage? Squirtle might still be Squirtle, but Venusaur, especially if you can get those levels, can do a significant amount of damage. And Cindy, getting hit with a big fat crit there by Cindy, has to use the eject button. She will be able to get out just in time. This Absol still sticking around, actually going to go for a bit of a goal here. Now Nini in trouble, going to try and get out of there, but just gets taken down by that Sylveon. They're still chasing Sita, but she will be able to just run out of there. She's just far too quick. And now turning around, maybe wanting to go on to Cindy again. Could be a mistake because we've actually got the Talon playing here again.
Well, there's a whole lot of push and pull happening up top there, and the Sylveon understanding on how you want to consistently chunk out the damage, and this is where they manage to get a little bit of lead to secure more of those energy points after taking down that Vespi Queen. Oh, that's a lot of good score. They just need 70 more, and the Talon will be able to just bring down the first goal zone up top while a little bit of pressure has been created, and that may eventually open up the Dreadnought while Valkyrie attempts on the Rotom.
Valkyrie, they invest a lot of Pokemon to actually take out the Rotom, which in turn, they're going to be giving away that Dreadnought, but are they able to make this turnaround happen? They've got some pretty tough Pokemon. They will be able to get 2 eliminations off. They do eliminate the Ivysaur, the Wartortle as well. Milk is sitting on top of the goal, but what can you really do against that Crustle? But still, they've given away that Dreadnought, right? And levels-wise, like, yes, Attack may have struggled early on, but the boost in experience that you get from that Dreadnought is just too significant to ignore.
Indeed, and they're still riding on that momentum, but this is going to be a little bit of an overstay of their welcome here with an investment of 4 members down bottom. Team Valkyrie dunking it up, and well. Things are starting to change in terms of tempo, and Valkyrie finally finding the great footing and possibly plotting an attack up to the top lane.
Yeah, I think they're actually going to try and go in for this attack here. Nini actually wanting to go in for the Combies will be able to eject a button herself out of there. She sees far too many Pokemon. You don't want to go into any sort of engagement when there are too many Pokemon there. And instead, we might see a rotation down bottom here for Attack. We're looking at a lot of orange team Pokemon converging towards that bottom goal, and Anden actually going to jump towards Sita will avoid majority of that Unite damage from the Absol. But now, both Pokemon in the fray, in the middle of all of these Attack Pokemon, and I do believe both of them are going to go down. Just will be able to go down. And they're going to continue to dive though. This might be a bit of a mistake. They do get pushed back. Lots of damage. Attack might need to retreat here. Their Pokemon too wounded to continue.
Oh my, that was a huge Unite move coming from the Talonflame much earlier. And I guess that really gave a little bit more of that room for Attack to try to score even more. But I guess they invested way too much with all the Wombo combo expanded in that earlier fight. Now they need to ensure that they have resources for this Dreadnought right down bottom. And they've already got a little bit of hits on Marsha. She's gonna go in the middle of fray, and that Crustle will take down the Wartortle. Dreadnought dropping into so little help, and who manages to get it? It's gonna be Attack that gets the Dreadnought.
It's Attack again! Oh man, that's such a big loss to Valkyrie. They really needed to get that Dreadnought. So again, more experience to Attack. And I do believe that was enough to evolve the Blastoise, which is a big thing actually for Attack, because if they weren't able to get that Dreadnought, I do believe Blastoise would have still been stuck as a Wartortle for that little bit longer, and they wouldn't have had access to his Unite move. So now as a Blastoise, things are going to get a little bit more dicey here for Valkyrie, because team fight wise, Attack have so much team fight, especially with the threat of that Unite move now available from Latin.
That's right, and I like how Marsha commands respect from Team Attack. The moment that you see, okay, this crystal's coming in, I'm not going to be challenging until I have the full team with me. Latin moving in with the Serpent. This is where they will have the flames burning onto the top side here. Zeta is escorting the Venusaur out of the fight. Well, Latin has to hit that eject button, but the Talon Flame finds the opposing bird, and they will find a way to first bring those points into the top poles here. Queen's Ascendance being utilized while they try to halt the attack coming in from Valkyrie. Cindy doesn't really have that much help, but that's going to be a tech shield for Marsha to peel it back. Cindy doing a lot of damage, and Deslin will be able to find all of these numbers here. And Valkyrie has got an open goal to score this one up, but Azurina's holding them back. Cindy doesn't really have health, and this is going to be a little bit harder. And that perfect defense looking great for Attack, but Gen's going down as well. Attack going in with a great counter, and it's time for them to score once more. And well, oh well. Now they have an open rotom for themselves, and this might actually go uncontested, but the Sylveon is trying to find a little bit more of an opening. Talonflame's going to join in as well. Do they have the Unite moves, though? Is it going to be a steal? No, it's not going to be it. It's going to be hard, but Valkyrie instead managing to solo the Dreadnought right down bottom. And with the help of Rotom, they might just pull it back. Some good points to be scored here. But with the Zapdos up, can Valkyrie do something about this? They're getting a little bit occupied, and
Valkyrie are busy. Valkyrie are busy with the Rotom, so this could have actually been a free Zapdos here for Attack, but instead they're going to wait. All right, it's a 5-on-5. It's a real 5-on-5 contra. Can Valkyrie keep this up? Can they get the Zapdos? It's all down to Zapdos now.
That Queen's Ascendance, though, is gonna hurt a whole lot. Cena still managing to survive, uses her own Unite move. This 1v1 battle part of Zapdos is turning in favor of Anon. And my, Zapdos is still online, but Team Attack, it's time for them to engage. And Cindy, though she's low, it's Team Attack that got it.
They managed to get the steal yet again. Valkyrie, they had the numbers advantage. They were going to be the ones that should have been able to get that Zapdos. Can they get the score?
Whoa!
Actually going to use the Unite move. Milk is trying so hard to get the score, and she
got it
to get her point. But here's the thing, okay? There's still time. There is still an opportunity here for Valkyrie to make the comeback, but they need to score. They need to score. But no one is in a position to score points right now. Both teams. Oh, we get another score.
Attack, they're coming in from all directions, and I guess this may not be enough for them. They need to start sending members up into the goalpost, but it's so far away. There's still Cena that's lying in wait, trying to sneak through that goal, and I guess 20 seconds may not be enough. And here we go, the double dunk will come into effect. Nini has done just about enough with Cena. And that is all that they needed here to get that 2-0 victory. Nini here with some big plays to first secure the win for Team Attack.
Team Attack, they're going to catapult themselves to the lower bracket final to go up and have, I do believe this is going to be a very tense series. Congratulations!
I love the big dance.
To Team Attack. Oh, they're gonna be so happy with themselves. They do deserve it though. Both games they were able to. I think in game one that was probably the tougher game for Team Attack, but the fact that they were able to get some fantastic steals onto the Zapdos, very, very crucial steals as well, because Valkyrie, they really needed those Zapdoses, and to have them denied, it effectively shut them down from those victories that they could have had.
Yeah, and that battle between Cena as well as Anon were the main focus that we were zooming into, because whoever wins that trade-off there will have that biggest chance to eventually secure that Zapdos. But wow, that steal hurt them so much. I thought it was a goner for Team Attack already, and who would have thought that?
I thought so too. I I didn't think they were going to be able to get the Zapdos because it was what? It was two on attack left up against the entire Valkyrie lineup, and still they were able to get the steal off. And the fact that, yeah, again, they got the Zapdos steal, they denied Valkyrie the opportunity to get their points. It's got to be devastating for Valkyrie because both games they actually did reasonably well, especially game one, their early to mid game. It was great. They had an advantage over attack. I think that the thing that I still was very confused about is their priority for Rotom over Dreadnought early on, right? Because they always committed 2 to 3 Pokemon during the first spawns to secure that Rotom, whereas attack would always get very free Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, I would have said it would have been great if they put a little bit more of that pressure to challenge on the Dreadnought as well. And we saw Cindy was doing amazing work, and this was where that fight between both the Absol as well as the Serena come into fruition. But that last minute still was hurting them, and this was where they found multiple angles to score from all fronts, and with this sort of lurk attack, Nini as well as Sina managing to land the final few points, while it's not enough for the weekly tough as well as the Crustle to, of course, march all the way into the back lines. So yeah, of course, congratulations, Team Attack! You've won a 2-0 against your sisters there. How are you feeling right now?
We're so grateful and thank you so much. Thank you everyone for help. Thank you. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
We didn't expect that we're gonna win because we practice not have too much time for practice just last night and we have milk for the thunder at the last. We never expect before, so yeah, that's too much for us. Okay.
That was definitely a great
Keep
job.
on lucky.
And
good luck next match.
we definitely hope to see even more heading into the upcoming game. Danielle, I believe you have a few questions for the ladies.
I'm going to ask them one question because I do know that they do need to prepare for this next match. They're not finished yet. So, in your last match for today, okay, is there anything you want to say to your sisters before you jump into your last series?
I think this is too hard for us because we are support each other before we in the match. They they keep us the fighting. Yeah.
Okay.
It's too hard to prepare everything.
Don't worry, I
Okay,
believe
thank you
that
so
all the
much.
hard work will be, of course, showing results later on. So all the best to you, Team Attack. We'll be seeing you in the next stadium.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Contra. It's almost the end. Okay, it's almost the end for the group stage. It's not completely over, but we're going to be jumping into the finale of the day. It's the lower bracket final, and it's going to be Team Attack versus Yummy Remote. Now, keep in mind, Yummy Remote, we've seen them play. Very, very terrifying team. Attack has played against Yummy Remote, haven't they?
Yes, they do, and I believe that, of course, Team Attack so far might have actually got knocked out. Wait, I definitely got to fact check. I believe that they may not have
no, they
that sort of
haven't
chance.
played each other.
Yeah, so
Ooh.
this is going to be the very first time, but when we take a look at Yummy Remote, they did, of course, show quite a staggering amount of result, but I guess with this sort of challenge down in the lower brackets, only one team will eventually emerge victorious to qualify into the playoffs run. So definitely, I guess we got another great game underway.
It's going to be a very exciting one, but before then, we're going to go for a quick break. So all of you wonderful people can go to the toilet. We can have some snacks, but we'll see you after this very quick break. Hello trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE AKB48 Group Invitational. It's the lower bracket final and the winner of this is going to go to the playoffs. That's going to be happening on the 16th of January. Before I make that mistake again. January, okay, mind you, mark that on your calendar. All the best teams are going to be playing for that Pokemon UNITE crown. JJ couldn't laughing because silly old me for some reason said February. I think I'm being a little too ahead of myself for my birthday month, but January, not too far off.
But hey, it's advanced happy birthday too, because at least we could bring it out, express it out and all. But yes, this is going to be our predictions for now. We're looking at a Yummy Remote getting this one in the bag, just because of the fact that we've seen how Yummy Remote actually played out. Going against their opponents, and of course also along with Team Padayan earlier, I think they actually gave out a pretty difficult time to Team Padayan for that for the run for the first lot essentially of the playoffs for Group B, and we think that they can do it even further, do more that they did against Padayan going into this game.
Not to mention that Yummy Remote, they have a deliciously adorable logo. I mean, I wanted to say this at the beginning of the broadcast today, but it's so cute. You got like the little nibbles on the corner. It's a remote. You've got, I think it's like a fork and spoon in the corner as well, and it's just so cute. But we got 30 seconds left until we jump into this match.
Yeah, I wonder if there's an actual candy of their logo where it's an actual remote that you can
that would
eat,
be
right?
That would be the cutest thing. Yeah, I'd love that. Like a little chocolate bar, right? Like everyone. I mean, I've seen it on YouTube, right? Like ASMR channels, they've had a trend. It's an old one. Okay, listen. It's a trend where they have chocolate. What is it? Tools. So you have like a chocolate screwdriver, a chocolate wrench, and they've made it, they've decorated it, so it actually looks like real tools until they eat it.
Right.
It's really fascinating.
There's been a lot of chocolates being molded into different things as well. There are, if I'm not mistaken, there are some chocolates that are like books, pencils, and everything. But moving over, we're talking about all the yummy things right now, but what's yummy is this game right here. It is Yummy Remote versus Attack, the last one, the final match of the day. Let's find out who's going to be joining Team Padayan for Group B's playoffs representatives.
Absolutely. So it's going to be down to these girls to play. I think it was you, JJ-kun, that I was casting with, right? The Yummy Remote combination up top. We already know that this Swinub and Alolan Vulpix combination is very strong, especially up against this Serena and Talonflame lane. Like these two Pokemon during the laning stage, they're not too scary. They do require some levels to fully evolve, so they do need to be careful. But down bottom though, okay, Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Fantastic starter Pokemon, by the way, but early on they need levels, especially with these Pokemon that they're going up against. But look at this, they're fighting over that goal!
Right, look at that. Sada's going to be able to take down that Wigglytuff, which is really interesting. Oh no, never mind, there's going to be two. Namsai trying to get away, but very amazing blurt of water here from Ladin to basically CC that Pokemon away back to its teammates for them to punish that. I really like what Attack is doing here. See, Yummy Remote here has a fairly balanced team, a fairly balanced leaning as well. We have the Alolan Ninetales up top with the Mamoswine. We have the Wigglytuff and the Sylveon into that at the bottom lane. And, they're really, well-rounded team. Compare it to Team Attack, right? Team Attack is, they are, as I mentioned earlier, very attack-oriented team. Set of Pokemon, rather. And if they're not going to be able to get their XPs, then they won't be able to go online, and therefore not, basically deny Yummy Remote of the points and the objectives. But what they're doing right now is essentially a different kind of attack that they did from earlier. They're now more comfortable with how they play. They're more comfortable into they're now more comfortable with their, it's the same picks. with their playstyle rather. There we go. With their playstyle being more aggressive than they were earlier, and now it's showing that they can punish Yummy Remote despite having the having that quite of a performance that Yummy Remote gave us earlier.
Looks like they were going to actually try and go for a surprise here on the side of Yummy Remote, but instead they're going to have to try and jump on top of these attack Pokemon. But look at this! Reinforcements have come in. It's 4 versus 3, and big mistake here for Yummy Remote. They thought they were going to get the knockout, but seems like all their Pokemon are going to be knocked out instead. Big 1.9k crit there from Sita, and it's just a Wigglytuff here. And what can you really do as a Wigglytuff all on your lonesome? All the Ninetales coming in to join the fray as well, but can they really do anything? You don't have the lockdown. The damage from Ninetales, it's okay, but it's not enough to just get these final picks.
At the very least, you know, Kaima's going to be able to answer back one down right now. The water rail is going down, but at the same time, you know, like we already have the Dreadnought right here coming up, but it's going to be stolen here by Yummy Remote. They really needed this. They really needed to deny XP's you know, off attack here, but Sita is still not backing down, going to ensure that they're going to be able to give themselves the taste of their own medicine, getting 1-for-1 trade. But right now, let's go over into that at the bottom lane once again. Kaima wants to get in. Double slap is going to be used here, but not going to be enough damage against Sita. Namsai, however, not going to try to chase down Sita with the Absol, as they really don't want to have that matchup. Pretty sure that Absol can take that Sylveon all day long, any time of the day.
And Absol's going to be coming into that top fight as well. This Rotom can be taken. Kate's going to try and push this Rotom towards their side. Maybe they can get the final hit. That looks like they will. Nini wasn't able to get that final hit with that triple axle. And now this Rotom is going to be jumping onto Attack's goal. If they can't defend it, I think they're going to forfeit. Yep, they're going to forfeit the goal. And that's going to be some easy points here for Yummy Remote.
It's actually, yeah, that's actually pretty amazing as well, you know, coming into the side of Attack. As I mentioned earlier, there are times that you should just like sacrifice your score goals, because if you are going to be defending it, just like what happened with the last game here with the Battalion versus Yummy Remote, where they never stopped sacrificing. They never really sacrificed the first tier score goal. They really defended, and they got punished for it, you know, by the Mamoswine. And at the very least, you know, Attack was able to, like, you know, perhaps saw that game that they just wanted to, like, you know what, this is what happened with Yummy Remote. We're just going to feed Yummy Remote if we try to defend it. That is not, that is not what happened, and they adjusted from that. And look at this right now. Instead of the top lane, Sita is going to be able to deal a lot of damage here into Kate, but there goes the Earthquake, oh well, not Earthquake, sorry, high horsepower rather, coming in from that of the Mamoswine, but actually overextended a little bit, and there's 4 Pokemon coming up. Gonna be able to pick off that Mamoswine. They, at the very least, you know, acknowledge the fact as well that Mamoswine is one of the scariest Pokemon that they are fighting off against a Yummy Remote going into a team fight.
Absolutely, considering that he's just got so much AoE control, and it's going to be the Dreadnought for Yummy Remote, so no Dreadnought experience for Attack, and it's going to be Yummy Remote on the Attack. You got to be running away here if you're Team Attack, because you've lost the Dreadnought already. It's going to have to be a fight for Rotom instead, but take a look at this. It's only Izarina. She doesn't have anyone else to back her up. War Turtle's coming in. Sita is going to come in on this Absol, but can they get the steal off?
Let's see if they're going to be able to do that, but there it goes. The Frozen Anger going to be used here, going to deal a lot of damage, but the Water Turtle is going to be able to take down that Sylveon into that on the top lane. But let's find out who's going to be able to take this Rotom right here. Is going to be going down. Izarina going to be taken down by the Fly of Jane here, but look at the Flames actually hitting a wall there. Not going to do a lot of damage to anyone at all, but it looks like Milk's going to be able to take down the Mamoswine once again. There goes the Talonflame Ditto, goes down. Milk with the KO here, with the help of the, you know, Latin as well. They're not going to be able to take down this Rotom with its help. They're going to push down instead of the top lane, but there's 3 Pokemon from the side of Yummy Remote. Mama Mash is going to be used here by the Mamoswine, by Katie, and they're basically going to, you know, stop this Rotom from coming in. But at the same time, you know, I feel like Attack here should have went down, you know, just let the Rotom go to the top lane and just went down into the bottom lane, so that, you know, at least their attention would be diverted from them attacking to the bottom lane, you know, with a split push. But I guess, you know, that's not what happened, and as you saw, Yummy Remote was able to punish Attack from doing so.
Now we're getting close to that Zapdos mark here, JJ Kun. We've got 50 seconds left to go, and so far Yummy Remote, they are sitting on an advantage, but honestly, props to Attack because so far they are doing amazingly well up against Yummy Remote. I literally thought it was going to be more one-sided, but now we've got a big fight happening right before the Zapdos spawn as well. Big hits coming in from CT. Camco actually being chased down by this Blastoise, might be able to get the finish off here, but lots of Pokemon going down on the side of Yummy Remote. It looks like there's going to be more Wiggly stuff going down as well. They're going to try and chase Jane on the Talonflame. She will fly. Kate, though, managed to get with the high horsepower, does not pull her back with the Ice Fang, though. That could have been different if they managed to get the pullback.
Right, but look at this, though. Oh, that is what I'm saying. They're going to be able to steal that Dreadnought away from Attack, and they would have the XP that they were losing against Attack. But here's the thing. They still need to have some kind of coordinated play here, because if they're not going to be coordinated, then I don't think they would be able to take the Zapdos away from Attack. Despite them having the lead here, it's only like, what, 26 points? 26 points, and that's not enough. That's not a lot if you think about it. So they still need to take in this Zapdos. But look at this right now. They're going to put that in to sleep. That's going to be 2 down inside of Attack. Hymok needs to go back a little bit. You know, try to clean this up. They don't want to take this Zapdos right now. Sita soloing the Zapdos. Going to get punished here by Yummy Remote. And look at that. 2 are now down inside of Attack, and let's find out if they're gonna be able to. Oh my goodness, I ate my words. I'm sorry if I ate my word, but that steal was just enough. But even when they took the Zapdos, 3 of them went down, 2 already were down before the Zapdos take. So those 2 Pokemon that were down wouldn't be able to take any points at all. And 1 is going down. There's only 1 Pokemon that can score up into the side of Yummy Remote, and it looks like it doesn't matter if Attack gets the Zapdos, as Yummy Remote is still going to be able to put more points than the team that got the Zapdos.
Yeah, I mean the steal was great for Attack, but without the points to actually put the dunk, without points to dunk, and with their Pokemon that are actually just respawning after being knocked out, they may have denied a little bit, but I don't think they've denied enough. We're gonna have to see if maybe Attack can get some more sneaky goals in, right? Because this is their last chance, and the last Pokemon that can score is the Talonflame, sitting on 50 points. If they can score this, we might look at a comeback. 383 points. They need more points. Can they get in there? Where's the Talonflame? They gotta score it, and it's gonna try and score, but no! There's defense. Milton not able to get that 100-point dunk. It looks like this first game is gonna go in the way of Yummy Remote.
Ooh, let's find out the final score here. We do saw that Attack is actually the one who's winning. We saw them score a little bit by the end, and they were look at them. They can't believe it as well.
I didn't even see it.
Yummy Remote. Wait. Is this Yummy Remote? Yeah, they can't believe as well that Attack won. No. Sorry, we have to change the graphic. We have to change the graphics here. Attack won. Okay, we have to re-roll again. We have to re-roll.
They must have scored when the UI disappeared, right? Because it's like you got the 5.
Yeah.
The 5-second time.
The last 10
UI
seconds
disappears.
They at the very last second clutched it out.
Wait, okay, so we're getting word from production that it's Yummy Remote. Hang on, we gotta double check.
Right?
Let's double check.
We gotta go double check this. Oh, it is Yummy Remote.
Okay, yeah. All right, I got the sides confused.
Oh yeah, cause we're terribly sorry for that, guys. Yeah, cause Team Attack was the one that was on the right side.
Yeah,
Yummy Remote was the one that was on the left side. So we thought we're terribly sorry for this. Honest mistake. We thought that it was Attack that won. Yeah, we were again, we apologize for this honest mistake, but it was Yummy Remote that won this game. Quite surprising. Man, that was really close. I was so
focused on the colors, right? I was so focused.
Yeah.
And then, excuse me. And then I saw the results, and I was thinking, what was this?
Right?
Huh? They got another goal. When? I didn't see this goal. Like, where did this goal come from? Now we know, at least. Now we know. So, Yummy Remote with the first victory. We had to get confirmation.
I was focusing to like the scoring who went on top as well, you know, and that is, well, in the entirety of the game we saw, you know, attack on the right side, but apparently on the scoring for whatever reason they were on the left side. So again, we apologize. It was Yummy Remote that won. Apologies to Yummy Remote as well. And I think we're gonna be getting in on the game number 2 as well. Hopefully we could talk to them as well and, you know, bring out our apologies directly to them. But yeah, we are just gonna be waiting into game number 2.
So game number 2 is going to be very exciting. I feel like the climax for that game was really, really good, right? Like you were seeing that last hurrah coming out from Team Attack. They knew they had to get those points in. I can completely understand all those moves that they had to make. It just makes you wonder, right? If the points were not on Talonflame, if it was maybe on a different Pokemon, and Talonflame had access to her Unite move, and she was going to maybe shove Pokemon away whilst her teammate is trying to score, imagine how different it could have been. Because something in Unite that's very different to a lot of other MOBAs is that in other MOBAs, you normally destroy towers, right? Like you're destroying the objectives.
And
in Unite, you have to score points, and you have to do it uncontested unless you're using a score shield. And there's no way to actually pass points to a teammate. I think a really interesting mechanic, especially for the late game, would be like if you are with your teammate, you have to be directly next to each other, but can you pass those points to somebody else? Then we'd actually see some really interesting plays, right? Because then all of a sudden you'd have to start changing points with your scorers.
You know what? I haven't thought of that before. I haven't thought of that, and now it's making me think. What if, like, on the next season or like the next huge update, there's going to be like some really huge gameplay changes, and they took this, you know, idea from you right now that you're telling us live on stream that, hey, you know, we're gonna be sending you a DM, you know, give us your suggestion and all, and we're gonna putting it on game. Dude, that's a really great idea.
The only reason I'm saying this is that whenever I play support Pokemon, I find it almost impossible to score. So I'd rather be like, hey, here, take my points. Like, please score for me, because I can't do anything when I get on this. I can't do anything on the platform.
It's making me... It's making me think. Like, the possibilities of what it could bring up into the game, to the table. Man, generally...
Let's focus on this game
first.
first.
Like this. Yeah, let's focus on this game first. But I'd like to say that you're not making me sleep tonight. I'll be thinking of that.
It's okay. I'll send you the same advice I sent to Contra. Brown noise is the key to sleep. Some really good brown noise. If anyone doesn't know what it is, just listen to it. At first, you'll be thinking, "What am I listening to?" It's very, very good, very calming. Anyways, game 2.
Speaking of sleeping. Right, speaking of sleeping, if Yummy Remote wins this one more time, then Attack would be the one sleeping away, and Yummy Remote would be the second one to get into the playoffs. However, if Attack wins this game, then we are going to see a game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the possibility is there, right? I think Yummy Remote, as strong as I thought they were coming into this series, I think Attack are equally strong if you give them the right circumstances. And I think a really good way of shutting down Yummy Remote is if they're able to secure themselves that Dreadnought, because we already know that you're running both Venusaur and Blastoise. You want these Pokemon to level up as fast as possible because they are most impactful once they're fully evolved. Their power spikes are not as sharp as say, for example, the Alolan Ninetales or even the Sylveon. So if they can get that experience or even just dominate their lanes and get some early goals, that's also another way of being able to grab some of that early experience. And I think if anything, all eyes are going to have to be on Absol, right? It's Sita's job to give them that opening.
Right, and you know, definitely they can't allow Sita to go online, you know, get all the farms here, because we saw what happened if they do. And at the very least, I like what Yummy is doing here. You know, that they are being aggressive into that of the bottom lane, and allowing basically, you know, Attack from, well, pressuring them up. They're not eaten by the pressure from attack. And the more that they are onto that of the bottom lane, the more that they outnumber the Pokemon into the side of attack, and the more that they, I guess, would be more confident into, applying a lot of pressure against attack.
Absolutely. So we'll have to wait for the first Dreadnought spawn, because most of these Pokemon, they're more focused on eliminating those wild Pokemon, collecting those points, getting those early scores. But Sita is actually in that bottom lane, so it's going to be a 4 versus 2 scenario here for Yummy Remote. Now, what's the plan here for Yummy? Are they going to try and defend that goal down bottom, because there are an awful lot of Pokemon down there?
Yeah, and see, there's only like 3 Pokemon instead of the bottom lane, but it doesn't matter for Yummy Remote, as they're going to be able to get the KO again on the Squirtle. They're really not allowing them to do a lot, which is something that they need to do, because they really had a hard time going against team attack, especially into that of the late game, knowing the fact that like we mentioned earlier, they are heavy XP oriented team, and if they're going to be able to deny them of these XP gain, then I think Yummy Remote would have a really easy time going against team attack here. They're going to be able to take down the Squirtle once again.
Oh, if they can't afford to lose that Squirtle too many times on the side of attack, right? Because Squirtle needs experience, and Yummy Remote are the ones to start on this Dreadnought. So remember what I said, if they can deny this Dreadnought from attack, which they're going to be able to, that's experience. That's not going to be going in the way of that Wartortle and inevitably to that Blastoise. And look at this, they just crush Sita's Absol. They don't care about her at all. Now they're going to be chasing after Latin on this poor Wartortle. Is Arena maybe going a little bit too far forward in here? Looks like we're going to get a big shot back there from Talonflame. Yummy Remote looking to roll over these Pokemon on the side of attack.
And there you go. This is what I'm saying. Like, they are playing very aggressively right now. They don't have any risks at all, into getting into this game, being very aggressive, just because of the fact that they can and would do it again and again. Go into a team fight, force the issue against team attack, unallowing them to get the XP that they need, going against Yummy Remote. And look at this right now, we're going to be seeing some action. Attack is going to be able to take down that Rotom, however, but they're going to be able to take down that Mamoswine as well. That are the top lane. A lot are low health right now into team attack, but are they going to be able to punish team attack from this attack? But look at that. Sita is going to be able to get taken down as well. Not going to be able to score in because the Rotom is still not there yet. But Nini, after scoring in, is going to be taken out as well. Honestly, right now, I think it's I don't think that was quite worth the trade. Like, they were able to get the Rotom, yeah, and then they were just trying to score in despite the Rotom not still being in the score goal. So, and because of that, they got punished, and I think that was a pretty bad trade, of course, in favor of Yummy Remote.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of that trade either for team attack. It's like, I guess it's not too bad because you did deny the Rotom, but it was a very big commitment. But look at this though. Speaking of commitment, attack are going all out for this second Dreadnought. Now it's 3 versus 5. Are they going to be able to get this Dreadnought? Look at the damage onto Sita. She has to actually survive. They will get the buddy barrier off onto Sita, so she will be able to survive. But then she just gets popped. It doesn't matter.
There we go. There's going to be GKO in favor of Yummy Remote. No. Is it going to be 4? Or is it going to have one more? And yes, it's going to be 2,047 damage. A critical hit from Jane. Yo, that's so huge of a damage. My goodness. They are really denying attack here. They're denying them the XP that they need. Look at it. It's currently 4 minutes left into the game. We're 6 minutes in the game right now. And the Ivysaur is still an Ivysaur. Still needs one more level to get into the Venusaur. And the Wartortle is still a Wartortle.
That's a big deal too, because these Pokemon, they can't even use their Unite move. Sita actually forced to have to use her Unite move as well to defend herself. She doesn't want to go down. But look at this. The Rotom It's there. You can see Yummy Remote want it. Sita gonna try and go for a score. Will be able to get it. Now, can she make her way out of this? For 14 points, is that what her life is worth? Looks like she will be able to get away because look at this. Yummy Remote, they're going to get this delicious Rotom.
Yummy Rotom, I guess. I mean, technically, Rotom can go into any appliances, so you know, if they wanted to change their logo into a Pokemon-based logo, then I guess they could turn that remote into a Rotom. You know what I'm saying? But hey, let's focus into the game right now. There goes a Flame Sweep to CC down a Yummy Remote, but it looks like Alolan Knights is going to be able to take down, you know, the Absol Sita. And of course, they're going to answer back with a KO of their own. Mamoswine is going down, but are they going to be able to defend the Rotom away from them? Yes, they will. They will be able to defend, repel the Rotom away. But they are now low health. They now have low HP. And then there's also the fact that everyone from Yummy Remote is sacrificing the second tier Squirtle into the top lane, letting Kate handle it while they are securing the last Dreadnought before the Zapdos. I think this is a pretty good trade.
If I was Yummy Remote, I would say just give them the gold, right? Give them the gold.
Yeah, exactly.
Take the Dreadnought, because remember, right? It's not 2 times points. Every time you remove a goal, I mean, it's good under most circumstances, but there are strats where teams will actually not score until the 2-time points mark, and it's much easier to score when there's more goals out there. So for Yummy Remote, they're just saying it's fine. We'll wait for Zapdos. And look at their positioning so far. Now, Yummy Remote, they're going to try and go for some points. They will get a double score onto both the Sylveon and the Talonflame. That's going to be a big boost there for Yummy Remote, but now it's down to that Zapdos.
And at the same time, you know, they're not going to have a hard time going against Team Attack here, just because of the fact that they got the Dreadnought and they have the upper advantage in terms of XP against attack. So if they can coordinate themselves, they can take out not only the attack but also Zapdos. Now there's gonna be 2 down inside of Team Attack, and they can pretty much guarantee the Zapdos, and that's gonna be 3 into the side of Attack. I think we're looking at into a 2-0, but unless this Talonflame, of course, would be able to steal this one away from them, but never mind. With the help of the Ice Bank, they're gonna be able to CC away the Talonflame, take the Zapdos as well, and they just need to run away into the 3rd tier score goal of Team Attack and widen the gap, ensuring their win. And it looks like we are looking into the second representatives of Group B for the AKB Pokémon UNITE Group Invitational.
Oh man, Yummy Remote, they were able to get the Zapdos for themselves. They denied it from Attack, which I was looking at Attack's position. Their Pokemon were just getting wrecked. They were getting swept up left, right, and center, and a lot of it just comes down to this massive experience gap between the 2 teams. Your Absol is level 11 compared to the 15 on the Talonflame on the side of Yummy Remote. Like, these level differences are big, especially for Pokemon such as Absol that rely on snowballing. If you don't snowball in power on that Absol, this Pokemon, I hate to say it, effectively becomes useless.
Yeah, definitely. And look at that right now. They're going to be able to just defend this away. Attack is not going to be able to do anything at all against them. And yes, we are looking up into our last one, our last qualifier for our playoffs. It is going to be Yummy Remotes. Congratulations to Yummy Remotes into getting into our playoffs.
So now we have all of our playoff teams that have qualified, and they're going to be playing once again on the 16th of January. I'm looking forward to this. That's just next week. That's not far away at all.
The next weekend.
Yeah, next week. I'm really looking forward to seeing the girls play again.
It's really going to be quite a fascinating matchup. You know, we have STZ, which are really great players as well. We have Team Very Very, which, you know, had a huge equal footing against Stalwart League, and of course to CZ as well. You know, and then at the same time we have Team Padayon here, which really dominated the game earlier today, and then of course Team Yummy Remote here, and I think there's just huge competition into for the next weekend.
I'm looking forward to the teams play because we've seen these teams that have qualified play phenomenally. We're looking at a lot of very talented teams, and it just makes me wonder who's the best out of all the 48 groups. Like, who has the strongest Pokemon Unite team? And I think these are going to be some very exciting matches because these girls, some people would think like, oh, they're just idol girls, you know, they just sing and dance. Like, no, these girls train, they practice, they put the effort in to make these teams work, right? It's not just a case of like, oh, we're just going to pay you all together and have someone carry you. No, that's not what's happened here. These girls, they have the skill. So I'm looking forward to seeing like what kind of, I really want to see like what we're going to be expecting for these games, because if anything, I'm expecting some top tier Pokemon Unite.
Exactly. And you wanted me to make it more interesting? See, Team Steezy and Team Very Very came from Thailand. Team Yummy Remote and Team Attack are both from Thailand as well. So it is going to be, you know, technically a Thailand versus Philippines match onto the next week, onto our playoffs. We have Team Steezy, we have Team Very Very, we have Team Padayon, and of course, we also have Yummy Remote.
Man, I'm so looking forward to next week's matches. But wow, what a weekend that we had as well. We had some fantastic games. We're here with our champions for our final game of the day. We have Yummy Remote. Congratulations on your win!
Yeah, thank you again.
So, Yummy Remote, how did it make you feel to get into the playoffs?
Oh, we kind of like didn't expect this much, but we kind of have some confidence from nowhere. From out of nowhere, we have some confidence from this morning that we will win. So we believe in our like team plan that we consult until like midnight of the last night.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Interesting. Danila, you have any questions for them?
I guess the big question is, how are you feeling going into the playoffs next week? Do you think you'll be able to win?
Oh, it's going to be like a big war, I think. We have to working harder and harder.
Yeah, definitely.
We're not that good
But
enough,
hey,
so we have to practice.
well, I mean, I wouldn't say you're not good enough, okay? You got into the playoffs. That means you're really good. You know? That means you're really good.
you.
And that really good standard can only get better. Especially that there's 1 week that you can use for practice before the next weekend. So I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys play again, you know, into the next weekend, into our playoffs. But for now, we would like to give you our congratulations for getting in on the playoffs. Congratulations once again, Team Yammer Remote, for being on the teams.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you
see
so
you next
much.
weekend.
See you.
Wow, JJ, we had a amazing weekend. We had some amazing games. We had some very interesting games as well, some funny ones, some blooper moments. We've got a couple of those as well. Everything.
Right.
But wow, this is just, if anything, I want to say this is just the beginning. Next week is the finale.
It is.
So
I mean,
looking forward to it.
as they mentioned, you know, as they mentioned, next week is going to be the war of the playoffs. This is going to be like the biggest match that we have. And of course, as we just a little bit of a recap here, you know, the teams that are going into the playoffs is going to be Team CZ from CGM48, Team Very Very from BNK48, which were the winners from Group A, and of course we have Team Padayon from MNL48, and of course Yummy Remote from BNK48 again for Group B, and they're going to be the ones battling it out on this weekend.
I'm really looking forward to these teams play. If anything, I think Steezy and Padayon are probably going to be the hypest match.
Interesting.
I would
right?
love to see that matchup because we already know that these two teams are fantastic. No disrespect to the other two teams. It's just for me personally, like I'm very interested in Steezy already, and then I saw Padayon play, and I just thought, wow, this is going to be hype. It's
Really
going to be
interesting
a
match.
fire matchup. But just a reminder for people that just tuned into the broadcast, here's our brackets for today. And as you can see, Padayon is our first team to qualify from Group B. And then, of course, we had our second team qualify. Here are the playoff brackets. It's single elimination. FYI, that means that these teams, if they lose their semi-final match, they don't have a second chance. They have to win these next matchups to make it to the grand final. So match number 1, Yummy Remote going up against Steezy, and match number 2 is Padayon up against Very Very.
If you think about it, it's unforgiving. You know, compared to the what do you call this? The group stages, where if you lose one time, you still have like one more chance to get back up. But this time, they're going to be playing, as you mentioned, single elimination. So once they lose, there's nothing for you to come back to. You can't crawl your way back into the brackets. It's just like, it's just goodbye. Like literally, you have to say goodbye the moment you lose.
Yeah, so it's going to be some pretty intense matchups next week, but I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, the games are going to be so good. I'm really looking forward to seeing these teams play, but wow. I can't believe it, JJ. This weekend is over.
Yeah,
It was so fast.
Well, it was definitely fast, and of course, we have to show them, of course, our schedule as well for the playoffs. You know, next weekend, which is going to be on January 16th. Once again, guys, January 16th. That's Sunday. Okay, so the first game is going to be CZ versus Yummy Remote. That's at 12:30. Again, these times are in GMT+8, Singaporean time, Philippines time. I believe Malaysian time as well, right? GMT+8.
Yeah, we're all exactly the same. So Malaysia, Singapore,
right.
Philippines, yeah.
Right, and then of course we have a Padayon at the 1:30 going against Very Very, and of course after that would be the grand finals, which is, you know, we still don't know who's going to be fighting on to the grand finals. Could be Steezy versus Yummy Remote. Sorry, could be Steezy versus Padayon, or Steezy versus Very Very, or could be Yummy Remote versus Padayon, or Yummy Remote versus Team Very Very.
Well, that's going to be it for us. I do believe, JJ Kun. It's been an absolute pleasure casting with you as well. We had some great games. I love your energy. You're so fun to be around. I hope that the viewers also enjoyed our company as well. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, right?
I mean,
not too annoying.
I am to you as well, you know, like if it wasn't for you and of course the Contra, we wouldn't have this exciting matches. We wouldn't be able to cast with this kind of energy. So it's just really fascinating to be able to work with you, and it's not going to be the end of us working together, because we're still going to be seeing each other
not.
in a way the weekend. You know what I'm saying? So it's not the time for us to say goodbye. But we have to give props to those groups, you know, that didn't make it onto the playoffs. Huge props to you guys once again. Still, you gave us pretty amazing matches. Despite you not getting into the playoffs, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have this quite an enormous, great kind of festival. You know, just like the name suggests, Battle Festival Asia. It wouldn't be as fun without you.
Aww. So to all of our viewers as well, thank you so much for tuning in. We do appreciate all of you spending your weekend with us, and also to the teams, as JJ Kun said, thank you so much for playing these games. We had so much fun. Of course, next weekend is going to be equally as fun. Hopefully you're cheering for your favorite teams that'll be competing next weekend. Any final words, JJ Kun, before we tap out?
Well, don't go anywhere, as we will be right back on January 16th, that Sunday. We'll be back. See you again. Please watch us again.